some works to be done, so let's get on to the business. So this Monday morning, we'll be talking about bolstering on youth climate action on Global North and Global South. I'll start with a brief context around the topic. So youth brings a renewed perspective and determination to prevent global climate change. At the end of the day, they are the ones who will bear the long-term impacts of the climate change. So today we have invited youth from diverse backgrounds, each providing their area of expertise as well as their perspectives, which covering land-based education, financial inclusion, and of course, business perspective. But they have one thing in common, and that is to make the planet well and healthy. So to commence with, I will invite our moderator. Please welcome Alexa from IFSA.
Hello, yeah, working. Hi everyone, thank you very much for joining on the very last day of the pavilion, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to host this event here today. Yesterday I was at a side event and someone was introducing the session. It was also about youth empowerment and how young people can be integrated into sustainable land management. And one of the very active panelists, also a youth delegate here at COP, said, well, I'm actually tired to be asked what role young people can play in this whole discussion, because I think it's just too obvious that the youth has to play a role. So today's session should be more about sharing which role the youth already plays in the Global North and Global South, and also how we can empower youth even more to have a greater impact. And this we try to achieve by exchanging knowledge, exchanging experience from a diverse set of speakers that we are able to invite today. But then also we're going to have a very interesting format in which we want to kind of facilitate this knowledge exchange by setting up small groups where we can then try to discuss a little bit in more detail particular two topics that the different panelists have expertise in. So today I'm going to introduce very interesting speakers from different sectors. I'm going to start with Mr. Roman Zila from Yango, the contact point for mitigation. Then we're going to go on with, yeah, please come to the stage. Then we're going to continue with Alia Nurhaliza. Alia, the Green Leadership Indonesia Batch 3. Then we have Noor Molidina, IFSA member and IFSA official 2021-2023 and Yango member. Please come to the stage. I'm not sure she's already here. I haven't seen her, but we also expect Ms. Alexia Leclerc, co-founder of Start Empowerment. Not here yet. We hope she will be able to join us later. And finally, last but not least, Jen Godoy, a Yango member and contact point for finance and markets. Please welcome. All right, we're going to start our session with a few minutes of insights from each of the speakers, just 5 minutes about their expertise and their experience. And we're going to start with Roman. Roman is a researcher and freelance consultant on climate and energy policy. He leads the delegation of FIMCAP and coordinates the mitigation working group in Yango, as mentioned. Roman, please share your insights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and very good morning to everyone. It's great to see some faces here in the room, despite the early hour and the fact that it's almost the last day of COP, and I think energy always tends to go down a little bit. Yeah, I mean, the topic of today is bolstering youth climate action, and I think the foundational truth that you also alluded to in your introduction is we don't have to really discuss youth in these spaces anymore, because I think we're all aware of the fact that youth is here. We're front and center of the climate movement. We're front and center of the discussions, of the advocacy. And I think we also have to be front and center in the context of which governments and other actors think about climate action and think about engaging stakeholders in existing debates. Maybe a little bit about my own background. I think I started in the climate movement quite early on. Back, I think, in high school, when we had these discussions, and when you start learning about the climate crisis and what it means for the planet and for the people around you. And I think it basically shows how well educated the young generation is nowadays, that we see this big push, that we see young people being concerned about what's happening with the planet and really trying to do something about it and trying to be present in these spaces, trying to be present in their national context, but also in an international context like we have here. And I think for me it was clear early on that, well, this is the foundational problem of our time. This is a problem that we need to address one way or the other. And I think we as young people have lots of different opportunities. We are activists, but we're entrepreneurs. We're students, but we're also people that can go out on the street. We have our personal networks, our relationships that we can use. We're part of organized civil society. And I think the fact that youth is using all of these spaces to make the world aware of the problem and really push for more ambition, I think is the crucial point here. And I think the most important thing, especially if we talk about the climate justice debate, is also that this is a global movement and that the global south and the global north can get together and essentially push for the same things, push for the same goals that we have, because we want to preserve this planet and we want to ensure that climate justice is a reality and that climate change is not something that increases the global injustices that we're already seeing. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman, for your insights from a German perspective. We would like to continue with Aliyah. She's a student of Green Leadership of the Indonesia Batch 3. She has started focusing on environmental social issues since she was studying in her undergrad thesis, the SDG 12 particularly, which was about the role of the civil society, and she also worked on green political theory. She holds a bachelor degree in international relations from the University Pelita Harapan and finished a short-term study program also at the University of Leeds, also in the field of international relations. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's very nice to meet you all of you guys here and also with the incredible fellow panelists here. Okay, I'm Aliyah. I'm from the Green Leadership Indonesia. So if some of you might be wondering what is Green Leadership Indonesia, that we usually call it as GLI. So GLI is an educational program initiated by the IHI, Institut Hijau Indonesia, with the support of WALHI, KNTI, and also HUMA. And it's also fully supported by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia. And right now on my batch, there are over 300 youth, which really incredible amount of youth that want to contribute to the social and environmental issue. So what just mentioned from the Roman about climate justice, that's one of my area of interest. I am focusing on how we must mainstreaming health to achieving intergenerational climate justice. So as we all know, climate changes effects such as intense droughts, heavy rainfall, and it also affected the agricultural sector. When we are all know here that people or those who are living in the developing countries is still dependent on the agricultural sector the most. So if it will be affected youth and children, that is where the family is working on the agricultural sector. So for instance, if their family is really hard to fulfill the basic necessities, it will deepen the inequality in accessing the primary needed, such as the clean water, the clean air, and the food that we eat. So it's really concerning, but it's not it's still possible for us to make a changes and also to empower with education or with our participatory in every possible or ways. So what I'm trying to convey or message here is how youth participatory in not just only in COP, but after COP is really important because we have a mandate to translate what we already gained or obtained in this COP and also in the negotiation process. So what things that we have to do next is how we can translate what we already gather here and obtain here into an actions, because that's all matter at the end. And I also would like to admit that the youth participatory in COP is already really incredible. They are really active in terms of conveying their thoughts, in terms of conveying the issues in their country, and it's something that we have to consistently do to make sure that we are on the same boat to protecting the current generation and also the future generations. And I wanted to take an example from which is it is close from where I live. So there is a problem. One of the challenges that we face is forest and land fires, and that's why I feel that we have to mainstreaming health, because it can interfere the rights of children to access educations. So it has happened in September. So there are one case, and it caused over 203 children being suffered from pneumonia just only in 2 months period, and therefore it is all our responsibility to make them acknowledge their rights, and they know how to identify that the circumstances must be improved or fixed. And one of the element that I believe that we must ensure is an education, because an education is a very basic foundation to make people know their rights and to know what they can do to change their condition and situations. So I want to call all of us here to collaborate together in every possible or project. And I believe that youth has a very meaningful participation in tackling climate change and also social issues, because if we are already have or building the same understanding, and everything can make uh, everything can make easy everything that we planning to do is can be easier. So we have to connect the dots, and we have to connect all of the young people, not just on the local level, but also region, and also international level. So we can make a greater impact at the end of the day. So that's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Elia, for these very encouraging words as well. We're gonna go on with Dina. Dina has a degree in forestry, where she majored in ecotourism and forest resource conservation and specialized in protected area management. She's actively engaged in the realm of sustainable forest and coastal area conservation, utilizing her expertise in forestry. She's passionate about youth empowerment and sustainability, as we all are, because she believes it can serve as a foundation for establishing a conservation business through stakeholder collaboration. Thank you.
Halo semuanya, or hello everyone in Indonesia. So thank you for all of you that coming in here, and thank you for Indonesia government to give me opportunity to speak in here. In here, I will talk based on my experience as a forestry graduate. So I feel a lot of pressure because I'm already graduate. So when you are being a student, that's a lot of thing that you create a mistake and people gonna tolerate that. But yeah, I'm in here as officially as a first forestry graduate, and I'm in here represent two organization. On the week one, I came as the International Forestry Student Association, or IPSA, and the second one I come as Yango. And for who doesn't know, IPSA is actually, we are the official youth constituency under United Nations Forest and Forum. So we are one of the largest student networking in the forestry. And one of our advocacy is we trying to promote about the role of the forestry student, especially unfortunately during this COP28, the role of the forestry student it's quite underrepresented, especially on the during the negotiation process, and yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to learn more about how we can strategize a strategy, or maybe we can build a connection with Yango uh, to take the negotiation for us about the forestry and climate. Because during on the, I forgot, there's a thematic day about the land base, if I'm not mistaken, and forestry always mention it, especially in my home country, Indonesia, about we are like we are not we are pioneering with the other country, and I hope that maybe next time Yango and IFSA maybe have a future collaboration about that, and then I will tell about my experience, especially in forest conservation. So I'm always promoting about the role of Marine National Park. It's in Jakarta. For who doesn't know, Jakarta is our capital city and also metropolitan city. When people heard about Jakarta, they always like pollution, like always bad things happening in Jakarta. But we have a positive side. It is Kepulauan Seribu Marine National Park. And unfortunately, there's like a big gap, especially for everything that economical or the modern lifestyle that already happening in there. And then I think the role of youth in here it's really important, and also the collaboration with every key stakeholder, whatever they are private sector, from government, for civil society organization, and so on. And because yeah, we are youth have a very a powerful engagement, especially on social media, especially with Generation Z. We are not get easily, sorry to say, brain wasted. And but however, we need a support too from the other key stakeholder. It's not just about the financial inclusion, but we need like a mentorship, capacity development, because we need a guidance, like how our advocacy it's on the right place. And then I think one of the challenge from the youth organization it is most of people when they thinking about youth organization, oh they only interested in working on the education, and I think most of youth organization they should focus in also on a field-based project, so it's gonna attract a lot of stakeholder to have a collaboration with them, because based on my discussion with a lot of partners, um, they need they also need the program to implement on our program to on youth organization. And yeah, I mean in here I'm trying to encourage all of your youth organization to have a field-based project and collaborate with every stakeholder. And I hope that maybe in the future, especially for forestry student background, not just forestry student background, for youth that focusing on forestry, they can take on the negotiation process. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that already here on the panel we start to think about new forms of collaborations between institutions that can together maybe even increase their impact. And I hope in the group discussions this will go on, and afterwards, of course, as well. Now, let us conclude the first part of the session with Jen. He's a youth climate advocate with multiple hats in the climate action space, both on the ground and in international policy with the UNFCCC, serving as a champion for the Global Youth Coalition and as a contact point for the Finance and Market Working Group of Yango.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and for taking me to Indonesia, beautiful country. I hope I can visit it in person. And thank you, Alicia, for bringing us here together and talk about collaborations. I think it's very important what you mentioned, and since there is forestry is a very important topic under the NDCs on land use and land use change in forestry. I see that Yango, for the ones that don't know, is the official youth mechanism for engagement in the UNFCCC processes. That means that we are a network. We're not an organization, but we're a space where all youth can come and work together to work on specific negotiations tracks under the UNFCCC. That opens the space for collaborations, and it's very important that organizations and other networks around can also come together to form common pathways so we can push in specific directions that are very important. And for the next, after we get the global stocktake draft text today and tomorrow the decision, we will need to work on now the follow-up on how the NDCs are going to be updated, and that is also very important that we bring our best practices in how youth are participating in updating those NDCs and working together with all stakeholders to identify those vulnerabilities and what needs to be done. And the fact is that we're doing a lot, not just here in the spaces where we are all across the different countries, and we can push for things that are important to have a habitable world to live, but also we are taking action on ground, and that most of the times is being invisibilized a lot, since there's small actions in communities and schools and universities. For example, I come from a university that during the pandemic and afterwards we had problems with the availability of food because all the institutional partners could not continue working, so we had to take over on that and actually build our own agroecology cooperative to tackle with that problem at the same time that we were thinking about sustainability, climate change, tourism, and many other co-benefits that comes with working together and bringing fair jobs to the people in the community. So we have very smart brains, as you mentioned, that can transmit information very fast. So it's important that in every process you at least have one youth and one elder and one from different generations, so we can have this intergenerational perspective to move forward and make the best decisions possible. So yeah, I will end up with that note, and thank you so much again for the space.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your introductory statements. I think it became clear to the audience that we have a range of speakers here that come from different sets of expertise, from land-based, climate change mitigation, health, education, different sustainable development goals that you support as part of your work. And thank you again for sharing all of your experience with us today. Before I go to two more, let me call it formal questions, I brought another, maybe more personal question that I would like to start with, and I've been asking this question to many people, both youth and, let me call it non-youth, without discriminating anyone because of age. I've been asking many people, and I've kind of internally collecting the answers because it's something I've been confronted with as well a lot. And this is the topic of frustration. I think we all came here to work together and to do something together and to overcome frustration or to even just experience it together. And I was wondering, within your work and your spaces, how do you deal with frustration on an emotional basis, really? Because we are all human beings in the end, and we all deal with emotions. And I think sometimes when we talk about content and topics, we seem to forget about it a little bit. So, yeah, how do you deal with that? If there's anyone who would like to share a response, I'd be very.
Wow, this is the first thing that I come to when I think of climate anxiety and frustration is my friends, my tribe. I think that's the first thing that brings me forward, just to know that we're not alone. Because when I started this, we were like, no one around me knew about climate action. No one knew about the challenges that we need to, be more proactive. That the education was not ready enough to, for us to engage in these social environmental challenges. And now I can reach out to an amazing group of people from all around the world that can be like, hey, I believe, I feel your struggles, and we can work together to, bring things that are important and change that are important everywhere. And so I guess I will say that. I don't know if anyone else wants to add, but yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to add it up the message from you. I personally acknowledge that in the climate change context, we are being receive lots of informations, and sometimes we might feel, oh, it's so heavy, and how we can do to make things or this works. And I also feel it, and this is the question that I also conveyed to the yesterday forum. And then I found the key is how we can make our anxiety is being allocated to the appropriate forum and also community. So it is really important for us to find a community who can hear or share the same understanding, or even if there is like different opinions, that would be great because it can enrich our knowledge about it. And the second thing is, I also believe that we have to create a space where we can being refreshed. And I think following your hobbies, is also important to make a balance in our efforts to attempt to give an attempt to solve these challenges or even to decrease the stressors. So first is to finding the community that who can hear and also give some perspective regarding that. And the second is don't forget your hobbies. That is also important to make you feel refreshed during this very long process to for us to bear with it. So that's from me. Thank you.
Or should I? Okay. Yeah, it's a very good question, I think, especially at this point in the process, because I think it's a sad reality of advocacy that you have to have both a strong optimism, like a drive that prevails through the frustration that all of us experience, because we enter a space like this with high hopes and with like obviously the goal to lead to meaningful change. And sometimes this change doesn't come maybe as quickly or to the extent that we would like it to see. And I think I really want to echo what you said, because I think that the most important thing is to be part of a community that supports you, that shares your ambition, that shares your optimism, that shares your hope, but it also shares your frustration and is able to understand that and like support you through these more difficult aspects of being in these spaces. And I think beyond that, it is really kind of the necessity of hope that I think is something that helps me deal with frustration. Because I think if we look at climate science and if we look at the potential outcomes of this crisis, and if we look at what could happen, might happen eventually if we don't tackle the crisis soon enough and with enough, energy, then I think we are forced to have hope. We're forced to be optimistic because anything else would be giving up on the world that we live in and the world that we have been passing down for generations. And I think it's that necessity of hope that I think that drives the climate movement to a certain extent. And I think we have to ensure that that remains our guiding star and to not let frustration overcome us, because if we do that, then I think we're lost as a movement. And I think this is something that we always have to remind ourselves, as difficult as it might be.
In here, I want to echo what Jen said. Jen said, not Jen said. It's being proactive. Yes, it's really, really important because, when we are joining the youth organization, there's a lot of youth organization, and I think it's most important. It's not just staying in your comfort zone, like, oh, I'm just joining one youth organization. Try a lot of youth organization out of there and contribute to that based on your passion or expertiser. And I think I really admire Roman because I heard that Roman joining a lot of youth organization and he is very active with that. and, and yeah, I think if you if you feel not fit the criteria of one youth organization, you don't need to worry because, as mentioned it before, a lot of youth organization in there because I met a lot of youth organization and there's a lot of, sorry to say, there's a lot of internal conflict in there and they feel so frustrated because of this one conflict. They don't have feel like encouraged to empowering their voice anymore. You know, there's a lot of people in here, okay? And also, I think it's really important to have a dialogue between the intergeneration, especially for youth. We must lowering our ego and learn from the elderly generation. And same goes with elderly generation. They should including us too. And yeah, basically like the dialogue between intergeneration, it's really important to prevent the emotional things and so on. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for allowing me to sneak in this question here. And not to exploit my position as a moderator, but what I also appreciate a lot about your bios is the connection between being active on the political level and being active on the ground. And I think for me personally, I work with students as well outside in the forest regularly, and it's this concrete action on the ground that then can give so much hope and motivation again that you can then use on an international policy level. And I think it's great that you all somehow combine these two elements. Now let me go to two other questions we have prepared for you. And the first one would be, and feel free to jump in, whoever would like to start replying. So what do you, one second, that's for the group discussions later. What are the challenges to climate action in your specific area of expertise? And what support would you need to overcome them and enhance the impact of youth climate action in this field? And you can reply in response to your home countries, but also in response to what you've experienced maybe in the exchange with people you've talked to from other countries or on an international level.
Okay, maybe I can start. I think the strength of youth is most effective if we give young people the space to get together, the space to collaborate, the space to create organizations, to create spaces in which we as young people can be active. And I think this is both the foundation of effective youth involvement and sometimes the barrier in a lot of different ways. Sorry. In a lot of different ways. I think young people have to balance all the things, be it, school, university, education, your family, like all these spaces. And I think we need to ensure as a society that we allow young people the space and the opportunities to self-organize, that we allow them, for example, in their school, in their local community, to have the space to create something themselves, because I think young people have this incredible ability to build new things by themselves. And I think this is something that comes from my own experience. I'm here for a large network of youth organizations around the world, and all of our youth organizations with millions of members are driven from the base up, from local groups in which children and young people organize. And through this organization, without the involvement of adults at any point, we managed to build up a network of millions. And I think this is the strength of youth, that we can stand together in our local communities, but up to the global level and can work together on things. And I think we need that space. And we need all the foundations of an effective engagement, because of course, it's space, it's time, in some cases it's also things like funding that, are not exciting to talk about, but it's still necessarily, form like a foundation of being able to do these things. And I'm aware that, for example, me as a European person, I'm quite privileged, because there's a lot of funding availability, there's a very strong culture of self-organization, especially in my country, in Germany. And this is something that we can use, but I think this is something that we need everywhere in the world to give people the freedom to kind of use their talent and their energy to the best possible way. And then, of course, the space also translates to all political levels. I think policymakers have to understand that young people are able to form their own opinions, are able to engage by themselves and really become experts in their respective fields. And I think young people get frustrated if they realize that they hit a ceiling somewhere, that they're organizing, that they're educating themselves, that they're trying to do more and more, but then they don't get the access. Or maybe there's no meaningful youth engagement. Maybe there's young people sitting somewhere, but they're not really part of the conversation. And that's something that frustrates young people, and it takes away this energy that could create so much. And that's why I think we need to support young people in self-organizing, need to support young people to really give them the freedom to be the change in the world that we really need to see.
Cool. Can I add up a little bit on what he said?
Just one moment. I would like to also introduce and just welcome. I think it's very allowed to be late at COP because I mean, I think we all experience it. So welcome to Alexia Leclerc. I'll give a brief introduction right before you maybe speak a little bit about your expertise. But Jen, please also respond to what you wanted to respond.
Yeah, very briefly, looking at the challenges and adding up what Roman said about the finance part, because he said it's difficult to talk, and we try to address this a lot in Youngo, across the working groups, across what we're doing in our reports, because we know effectively that young people are impacting on ground, but most of the times when we get to funders, they see us as a risky investment, because we have to form organizations with years and years of experience to develop something that is not even new. It's like things that our youth are implementing in other places that are proven to be useful, and we need to like trust more, I guess, on the new generations and the power that they can do, because they're informed and they're prepared to implement those solutions. And yeah, facilitate more of those structures for us to systemically keep engaging. So
Thank you. I think a really, really amazing example of how that can be done is given by Alexia as well. Just as you all also she has a very long bio, and I'm just gonna make it as as short as we can now. But she is a grassroots organizer, scholar, and artist. She has led dozens of environmental justice campaigns. And Alexia is co-founder of the Colorado River Conservancy under Potter and a political education nonprofit named Start Empowerment. Her curriculum has reached over 120,000 students across the United States, and her work has been recognized by multiple institutions like the NYU Global Awards Center, and it was featured by platforms like Bloomberg and more. She has won multiple prizes, amongst them the prestigious Brower Youth Award, and has served as the 2022 UN Assembly Ambassador. Alexia graduated from the New York University and is currently a graduate student at Harvard University. Would you like to share your experience just very briefly like we've done? I would like to give you the floor for this as well. Maybe a few notes on how you deal with frustration, and then we move back to our discussion on what the challenges are that you currently face in climate action in the youth space.
Thank you all for having me. Sorry I was running a little late. I live 1.5 hours away. It's a little far. But yeah, I'm a grassroots organizer based in Texas in the United States. And a lot of the work that I do is youth-led and includes, young people going door to door in our neighborhoods and working with community members and figuring out what are the most pressing issues in our communities. And then from there, figuring out what the strategies are and what the different tactics are, and then figuring out how do we build more people power, whether that's through policy, whether that's through protests, through education, etc., to then build up a campaign. And specifically in Texas, we have a lot of oil and gas, and so we've been fighting a lot of the different petrochemical industry and investments that's been causing a lot of harm in our communities. And yeah, I don't know, I feel like I'm so honored to be working with so many incredible youth, because I think despite all the barriers like the ones y'all have mentioned that are in front of us, funding, space, leadership, etc., I just see this determination in young people and this creativity to disrupt the status quo and to continuously innovate and fight for justice and liberation for our communities. And so I'm really honored to be on the stage with such amazing young people and to be part of this youth movement for climate justice.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to our discussion about, I'm just going to repeat the question so you can follow as well. What are the challenges to climate action in your specific area of expertise, and what support would you need to overcome them and enhance the impact of youth climate action in this field? We already had Roman sharing some insights from his expertise. Is there anyone else who would like to respond or mention a few more things about the challenges they experienced in their fields?
Yeah, I definitely agree what remember right? Gen said about the most of the partner. If you want to work with youth organization, they quite confused like, what is the program that we should have a collaboration with you, because it should like a formal organization, and also in my experience also in our organization in IFSA, because our organization is focusing on education. And as I mentioned it before, it will be great if some of organization, they have like field-based project. So some of, maybe, I'm not sure, like private sector or government that have their program, and this youth can be part of that. Or maybe the some of private sector, they have like a corporate social responsibility program. I think it will be great if they have one of the youth improvement program, because most of that youth is including in here. You know, it's not about youth washing, okay, but it's about they train the youth to be have a skill that may be very important in the future, and it will be great if they also contribute this sector in preparing them in here. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I would like to add it up from all of those panelists. I really want to encourage all of the youths to create more project that can build the capacity building, especially those youth that living in rural areas. Because I personally coming from the rural areas, and I found they actually have a willingness, but maybe the information is not received well by them. Therefore, one thing that maybe I want all of us to work together is to make sure that the project, the initiation could be also empower the young people who are living in the rural areas. Because I personally see that my those people are want to contribute, but maybe as just Roman said, there is a limited space. So therefore, we have to expand more the green projects or another projects that maybe can cross community. So maybe my approach is held, and then maybe Dina is in the forest area. I think it's gonna be great if we can create a creative project that can cross community. So all of our objectives can receive in at one time. So yeah, maybe more decentralize our efforts and attempts, so the more youth can also contribute to what we are working on together. So
Thank you, Elia. Picking up the note on having limited space and also bridging the gap between working on the ground and working on the political level, I was wondering whether or how they run, if they exist, whether you have youth constituencies or delegations dedicated to climate action in your countries, and if not, what the insights could be for to give to your government, how this could be set up, where space for youth integration into policy making can be created, and if they exist, whether there's anything that you think is running well about them or not well.
Well, coming from the Youngo umbrella and the international level, in each country, not each, but 130 countries so far, we have what it's called the ELCOIS, which are the National Conference of Youth or Local Conference of Youth. And essentially, it also serves as a kind of an umbrella of organizations that come together to make a conference. In my case, in Chile, We use this effectively to get to the government and engage in public policy done in Congress as well. They have officially recognized us as a space for young people to provide inputs for laws that are coming and public policy. And I think coming also mixing with the challenges of these constituencies is having so many organizations, having so many projects. How can we leverage the action that these projects are doing on the ground to aggregate the impact, aggregate the co-benefits, so we can shape public policy that in the future can give us more access, it incentivizes, the system to engage us more and fund us to create that resilience in our communities and make the changes that we need to make.
I can go next. So I come from the United States, and we also have an LCOE conference, which I think is very useful. And we always come up with kind of like our statement of documents of like what the policy demands are for the youth. Otherwise, I think for us, it's not standardized the way that youth engage with the government. It's very much different youth organizations have their own relationships with the government. And then I think there's also so many different sectors of the government, right? The folks that are engaging in the international, UNFCCC space is not the same offices that are engaging with federal politics or, with state politics. And so I think because it's such a big country in that way, it can be challenging, but at the same time, it gives us the opportunity because there's so many different levels in which you can engage and put pressure on the government. And I know there's actually been discussion among youth in the U.S. for like creating an advisory board specifically for youth voices to be heard in the international negotiation space in regards to the climate change, because I know for some of our different agencies, like the Environmental Agency, even for the White House, there's different advisory boards that, focus on climate and focus on environment that consist of different activists and local actors, but oftentimes there's maybe like one young person on the board, and so really to get more meaningful youth engagement, we hope that we can work with the government to be able to open those doors and have more access and even potentially help with like getting access to badges, especially for youth in frontline communities. I think the U.S. obviously is, a big, rich global north country, but even within our country, there's such large inequalities, right? Like, I have community members that live 20 minutes away from me that don't have access to clean water, and sometimes it's the people with the access to most privilege that are able to come to spaces like this. And so I think the government can definitely play a bigger role in kind of like ensuring that young people, especially young people from the front lines, have access to come to spaces like this, to follow the negotiations, to be a part of policy making and implementation.
Okay. I think what's important in this regard, and maybe I can like come also from the global to my national level context. We've been thinking about youth delegate programs in the German delegation for a while, and this year is really the first where we actually have some young people in the delegation. But I think what is important really in processes like this, in inclusion of young people, is that it's not a process that works top down. We know that young people, as I said earlier, are very able to organize themselves. They're very able to stand together, to form opinions, to form organizations, and really collaborate. And I think if governments want to set up meaningful youth participation, they have to honor this ability of young people to get together by themselves and not just pick and choose young people that maybe are aligned with what they would like to have on a national delegation or in some kind of inclusion process. It's really important that they go and really think about, okay, what are the organizations that we have? Like, in which spaces are young people active? Which communities are the most affected, the most relevant? And then enable people from these spaces on their own terms to engage in these processes. Lift up people that are already engaged. Lift up organizations, lift up people that, are already working on this, instead of picking and choosing people that might be, most aligned with government policy or whatever it might be, because meaningful youth participation has to come from the grassroots level up and not top down.
Regarding, is there any youth constituency or delegation in Indonesia? Please correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm not mistaken, we don't have like kind of officially a UN delegation, especially for youth in Indonesia. Uh, Most of the UN delegation, it was a partner organization like ALIA with the Green Leadership Indonesia with our Ministry of Forestry and Environment. And based on my experience, it's really challenging to get involvement in the UN delegation and representing Indonesia. I mean, in here, most of my UN delegation is representing my youth organization, and I think it would be great if one of the each ministry have like officially not just partnership organization. They at least send one delegate, and it's open to the youth, not that they are not working in the government sector, so they have to change. And we need a youth that from a different perspective, especially they are not working in the government sector too. And yeah, and also if there's another option, or maybe the government have more like I don't say like a transparency, maybe like an open collaboration with other youth organization that mostly they focus in only in youth like engagement, or they are already working in international engagement. Um, yeah, that's for me.
Okay, I would like to add up some recommendation points from all of the youth panelists today. I personally believe that all youth is belong to here. Their participation is belong to here, and also, but the thing is how government and also us to make that the expansion of youth. So we've been acknowledged that climate change is affected some groups and those who are categorizing as vulnerable, such as local community and also indigenous people or other people. So I personally think that government must take into account how to make the youth representative from that groups could be attend a COP and also being involved in the negotiation and also policy making process, because hearing from people who are experience the climate change effects at most would be very giving the best input of the policy making decisions process. So that's what I try to send. The message here is to leverage the participatory of youth, especially that coming from the vulnerable groups. So yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for these insights. And I wish I could open up the discussion for and the questions for the audience, but we actually have maybe a format that will allow to dive even deeper into discussions in a bit smaller group setting. So we're gonna divide the audience into 5 groups now. And there's going to be 2 questions you can discuss with a topical focus that I will read out in a second. We're going to have a 10-minute discussion within the groups. And then in 5 minutes, we're going to go through the groups and quickly have one presenter that summarizes the points that you came up with. And then we're going to have a short wrap-up. And I'm sorry, we only have 10 minutes for this now. But I'm sure we're going to still be able to have nice discussions and also continue them after the session ends at 10:20. So the 5 topical focuses are going to be land-based climate action, energy and sustainability, and I'm going to just say already where they're going to be. So land-based is going to be here in the front. Energy and sustainability is going to be in the corner. Education and partnership is going to be somewhere here in the front. And then financing for youth in that corner, and health and Indonesia youth here in the front. We have some co-facilitators that will be kind of guiding and moderating the group discussions. And I'll hand over 2 questions to all of you. The first one is, what do you expect from the government and private sector to support youth on your expertise in climate action? And expertise is meant the focus of your group. And second, how can the global North and South youth engagement and collaboration be strengthened in the focus area of your group? So I kindly ask everyone to collect. I'm repeating again, land-based climate action here in the front, and please feel free to stand up and just go in that place. Energy and sustainability in the back. Education and partnership here in the front. Financing for youth in the back over there, and health and Indonesia youth here. Very quickly, because then all the time is going to go away from our discussion. Okay, unfortunately, we have to skip the finance for youth. So please, because the moderator's not here, so please gather in the other topics. So instead of having education and partnership in the front, we're going to have education and partnership over there. So land-based climate action here in the front, energy sustainability over there, education and partnership over there, and health and education, health and Indonesia youth here in the front. And feel free to also join the groups if you'd like. Otherwise, you have a small break of 10 minutes. This is education partnership and energy and sustainability. Once more, the two questions. What do you expect from the government and private sector to support youth on your group topic in climate action? And how can Global North and South youth engagement and collaboration be strengthened in the focus area of your group? Enjoy. I think I'm just going to go around. All right. I'm really sorry, I have to. But you're, of course, warmly invited to keep your conversations going after the session ends. I'm going to pass on the microphone now and would ask one person in each group to just summarize in 2 or 3 sentences what you discussed. Again, on what you expect from the government and the private sector to support youth in your focus group, and how the global North and South youth engagement and collaboration can be strengthened in the field of your expertise. Okay, we start with health and Indonesia youth, right? That was here in the front.
Good morning. My name is Nega Dorin. I'm from Uganda. In our discussion on the nexus between climate change and health, and together with the role of Indonesian youth, we have been able to draw insights that for the past 27 COPs, health has been a footnote in climate change discussions. But at COP28, we have been able to see health is the change of climate change. And in here, to drive the agenda forward, we have been able to discuss on collaboration between the governments and from the global north and the global south. The second recommendation we have been able to put at the front is that national governments should have national funds for implementation. And this is by bringing health into the nationally determined contributions of each country. Furthermore, we have been able to discuss on the role of private sector partnerships in order to drive the agenda forward. Our 6th recommendation has been on educational programs in order to start the conversation between the nexus between climate change and health, not only from the global north and south, but also including young people in the discussion from Indonesia. Our 6th recommendation has been legal partnership between the government and the youth in Indonesia. In conclusion, what we are asking for is more action and less talking. Thank you.
Thank you. We go on with education and partnership, please.
Hi everyone. So in our group we talked about the first question, we talked about education for children, which should be key and included in terms when you're talking about climate education, young children should also be involved. And then we also talked about, bridging the gap between primary schools and secondary schools in terms of climate education. And finally, we talked about capacity building and funding to be invested in climate education, but also focusing on the curriculum, on education curriculum. And finally, on the second question, between the global north and the global south, we talked about exchange programs between these two entities, global north, global south, in order for us to be able to learn from one another, but also talking about knowledge transfer and also ensuring that we do not put pressure on children. Just it is their time to play, let them play, but do not put pressure on them, engage them, but don't insert pressure on them in terms of climate action or climate education. And finally, we talked about global partnerships of youth initiatives for us to be able to talk about climate education. Thank you.
Thank you very much from the focus group, Education and Partnership. So I warmly invite one of the group from Energy and Sustainability to give a brief summary of what you discussed in the last 10 minutes. Would you mind passing over the microphone, please?
Hi, thank you. So, we had a really interesting discussion. We had a real diverse group with people from Philippines, Ghana, Nepal, Indonesia, and myself from the UK, so that was really interesting. We spoke first about what you expect from the government to support youth and expertise in climate action with regards to energy. And we spoke about establishing training centres across some different countries to make sure that there is competent training. For example, in Ghana, there is lots of interest in solar, but young people could be trained to be more competent and understand how to install that sort of thing. Whereas in Nepal, for example, there's not so much solar consumption, and there are already some youth networks, but they could be expanded more. We also spoke about how can the Global South and North collaborate more strongly, and we spoke mainly about technology sharing in this space. So again, going back to Ghana, where we have lots of sun, compared with some places in the north, like where I'm from in the UK, where it is not sunny at all, we should really be sharing the technologies a lot more transparently and making sure that everyone has access to that for the better of all. And that's all.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, the land-based climate action group. Please summarize very briefly.
Okay, everyone. Where is?
Okay, I guess I'll start. I'll be answering the first point, and Dina will complete with the second question. So basically, what we expect from the government as well as the private sector, first is for the government to develop a sort of program, or a platform, so the youth can actually have a channel to express themselves, to channel their ideas and innovations, so they can support the government when they try to seek solutions to current environmental challenges. And for the government, please don't treat youth as a vulnerable group, but instead treat youth as the agent of change who can also be assist the government to accelerate or advancing the green economy. So of course, our expectation is basically to build an enabling ecosystem for a meaningful youth participation and also engagement.
Thank you very much. I've just been informed that we have a very special guest that I didn't even expect to be here. And I would like to give her the room to maybe conclude the session also. I'm going to just wrap it up very briefly afterwards, but I think this is also one of the highlights, because if we talk about youth engagement, then it's incredible that we have someone with 9 years old standing at the stage here at COP in Dubai from India, Selina. And I would like to give her the platform to just express your insights, your thoughts, why you're here, and what would you like the audience and the world to hear about climate change?
My perspective is like I want the youth to be taught technology, because I want them to create solutions for everyday problems sustainably, so they can because technology is the key to help us get out of the climate crisis, and I want them to also get themselves informed about climate change so they can make a difference.
Thank you, Selina. Very proud. I don't know whether I would have been courageous. No, I wouldn't have been courageous enough to do that at your age. So thank you for giving us a very young voice here as well. I'm sure everyone in your age appreciates a lot that you spoke up for them today. Well, let me sum up very, very briefly at the end in the last minute. I think we have seen that there is an incredible activity going on around the globe, in the global north and the global south, to engage young people in policymaking and on-the-ground activity. We said that we want to connect the youth in global north and south more. And we here, as participants of COP28, we have a mandate to translate what we obtain here into action wherever we come from and wherever we are active on this space. And I think one of the things that I really took also from our question about frustration is that finding communities to share optimism with and to share action with is essential, and that it's even maybe a good note to also not forget about things outside the climate, the climate policy level, hobbies, for example, that can refresh the personal energy, but can also be used to raise awareness about climate change. I've seen great examples about music and dance being used to raise awareness. So also not forgetting about the fact that we're all human beings and we deal with frustration every day, but also strengthen the dialogue between generations and not putting pressure on children, but really providing a platform for them to speak up for climate change. And never stopping to be proactive and keeping the optimism and hope that we all kind of bring here to Dubai and hopefully take back to where we come from. Thank you very much for having joined the session today. It was a pleasure to meet you all the best for the final 2 days at COP28.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. I invite you to please back on stage. We're going to have a group photo together. This is a mandatory family picture in our pavilion. And of course, with the youngest youth in this room as well. And do I miss anybody? Anyone who wants to join, please. Actually, it's for the second take. The first take is only all the speakers first, and then the rest of the audience can also join in if you wish. We all. Okay, we also have a special merchandise for everybody. Thank you very much for your contribution. And with that, I would like to invite Ibu Nelly. She's the lady of the owner of this pavilion who will hand over a special merchandise as a token of appreciation to all the speakers for your valuable contribution. Silakan Ibu. Okay, so hopefully this dialogue can empower, can encourage, equip younger generation to become more active to support the environment despite feeling frustrated. But I'm sure with the spirit of youth, the passion, the energy, we all can do it. Okay, once again, thank you very much for coming to our beautiful pavilion. And we welcome you to visit our country, of course. Maybe in the next coming years, where the capital city is already moved to a new space and it's the richest landscape in Indonesia. You will see a beautiful rainforest of Kalimantan. Okay, one more time before you all leave. Thank you very much once again. And please join our next session. And we'll be also talking about Indonesia youth actions on climate to create a better future. Let's have a quick break. We'll see you at 10:40. Bye for now. Okay, as we're about to start with the next session, I invite everyone to please have a seat. Thank you very much, Alexia. Okay. You can continue mingle and make more connections. We have a separate room actually right outside this main stage area. Please help yourself, make the most out of it. Iya, bisa dong. Ada nomor, aku minta nomormu ya. Nanti kamu chat aku ya.
Oke, aku minta nomor.
Ada, Mas Yoga ada nomor. Oh gampang. Dia manajerku. Thank you, Alexa. Thanks so much.
I'm going to come back to share pictures after the session, okay?
Okay, sure. Okay, so welcome. So if the previous question we spoke about the youth climate action on global north and global south, we'll bring the context from the local action. So on the second session, we'll still engage youth, and the topic will be around Indonesian youth actions on climate to create a better future. So again, I kindly encourage everybody to please join us. In this particular session, we will discuss from the local perspective, as in Indonesia, contribution and responsibility shared among youth generations to overcome climate change. We will introduce to you the project, program, efforts by the youth group from Konservasi Alam and Green Youth Movement in protecting the environment. In this platform, they will also share some inspiring stories and to exchange expertise as well as their knowledge. So to commence the discussion, let's welcome our moderator. He is SDG Certified Leader and Technical Cooperation Analyst from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. Please step forward, Yoga Hadi Prasetya. Yang beresin meja-meja depan siapa sih? Asar yang mana?
Check. A very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Yoga Hadi Prasetya, and you can call me Yoga. I'm a Sustainable Development Goals Certified Leader of Indonesia and also a Technical Cooperation Analyst who works for the Directorate General of Sustainable Forest Management, the Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry. So it is a great pleasure to see you all, the speakers, also the participants who come or who join in this beautiful Indonesia Pavilion COP28 UNFCCC, and also through the online streaming. The number of young people of productive age in Indonesia will reach its golden age by 2045, with a proportional prediction that 70% of productive age will dominate in 2030. Welcoming this, preparation is needed to prevent potential conflicts or crises in dealing with large population in the future. One of the ways is by strengthening the environmental rescue network. The issue of climate change is an issue that concerns the younger generation in many countries. Cambridge International said in its first global perspective surveys that more than 11,000 students aged 13 to 19 were interested in global issues, such as climate change at school. However, in Indonesia, a survey conducted by the ID and Indonesia Research Institute of people aged 15 to 24 years old in the form of random sampling from 12 cities and several agglomeration locations said that 79% said climate change was a serious issue that needed to be faced. Indirectly, the green lifestyle is starting to grow in many young generations amidst the busy issue of climate change. Although it has not yet become a significant movement that can foster an environmentally friendly culture in communities or societies, especially for the younger generation. The desire to take concrete action in protecting and managing the environment is starting to grow. So, it is necessary to provide a platform for the younger generation to make it happen. Indonesia already has a national level networking forum called the Green Youth Movement, Nature Conservation Cadres, and Indonesian Council of Youth Development, which should be introduced to the world to expand access to knowledge and experience from many countries, as well as inspire other countries to do the same. Without any further ado, let me introduce our speakers for today's session. The first speaker will be Mas Deva Ardan Gandhi Hanafi and Mbak Jaseline Evani Yosekwan as the Green Ambassador of Indonesia Green Youth Movement representatives. The next speaker, along with Mas Grafita Eka Purnama as the Green Ambassador of Indonesia Nature Conservation Cadre representative. Also, Mas Budi Sugandi, philosophy doctor, as the chairman of the Indonesian Council of Youth Development. To all of the speaker, may I call you by Mas? Mas is the Indonesian way to call a brother. And Mbak is also the Indonesian way to call a sister. So I will try to call you all Mas and Mbak today. So to all of the speakers, you may come to the stage, come forward, and have a seat. I do believe that we, the participants of the Indonesia Pavilion COP28 UNFCCC, who come offline here at the Expo City Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and also who come through the online streaming, would like to know more about what are your organizations stands about. Also, the acts regarding the climate actions. Is it adaptations? Is it mitigations? Or to raise the voices of youth itself? In particular, to contribute to the climate change depletions. Therefore, I would like to ask all of the speakers, how are you guys?
We're doing fine.
Fine, it's all good. Dubai is great. Really? Yeah, since also this is my very first time to go to Dubai, so yeah, I'm amazed of the what the peoples do in this beautiful city. However, I would like also figure out like from all of the speakers right now, the panels. I want to know more about who are you, what do you do, what your organizations do in particular. So therefore, I would like to invite Mas Deva Ardan Gandhi Hanafi to give the presentations.
Distinguished moderator, distinguished delegates, thank you so much. It has been a great pleasure for me to be here to stand up in front of all of you. Climate change, a problem that we are facing right now, is getting worse and worse every year. When I was little, I always asked myself, why there's environmental problem occur, why there are floods, forest fires, and health problem. And then I realized that all start from nature and how we behave towards it. Growing up as a teenager made me more aware about nature, about how a youth can give the big impact to the environment and people around them to start creating change. Hi everyone, my name is Devardan Gandhi Hanafi. It is a very big honor for me to be here to present my topic about facing through an environmentally generation civilization in Ternate City in preventing waste pollution as a form of marine ecosystem preservation. Honorable delegates, the Earth is an ocean planet. In this world, it cannot be denied that the sea is one of the main factors in human life. The sea is the beginning of life and the source for all creators here. On the other hand, we all know that plastic pollution is one of the most pressing environmental issues we are currently facing. But how did it come to be? Moreover, where does all this plastic in the ocean come from? Every year, about 400 million tons of plastic products are produced around the world. It includes plastic bags, bottles, food packaging, and even furniture. Plastic are the most common form of ocean litter, comprising 80% of all marine pollution. Most plastic that end up in the ocean come from littering, household waste, industrial activity, and waste disposal. So what makes plastic so dangerous for the marine ecosystem? It threatens ocean health, the health of marine species, food safety, quality, and human health, coastal tourism, contribute to climate change, and one of the most dangerous one, microplastic. We all know that plastic disturbs marine ecosystem. It's not only when it appears on the surface. When it destroys, it is more threatening to life. It is microplastic. This issue was pointed out on one of the Sustainable Development Goals on the 14th Life Below Water. They figured out what we as the inhabitants of the Earth can do to create a better life below water. For example, start to should not buy bottled water and using tumbler, run a campaign on the effect of plastic use, organize a cleanup project for river and ocean, reduce waste, and find a goal 14 charity to support any donation. The question, what does this have to do with Indonesia as a state actor? As one of the largest archipelagic countries in the world, it also has a big influence in preventing climate change through the effort it has made. Indonesia's territory is 62% ocean and 38% land. It has more than 17,500 islands with a coastline of more than 81,000 kilometers. Indonesia's vast seas area makes Indonesia a country that has a great potential in the maritime and fishery sector. Indonesia is ranked second as the largest fish-producing country in the world, which supports the country economy. Indonesia has 1,000 of beautiful coastal scenery. Indonesia is home to some rare marine animal species. Furthermore, I'm going to take you on a journey to my hometown in the eastern part of Indonesia. It is Ternate City. Ternate is an island city located in the eastern part of Indonesia. Being a developed city with coastal scenery around it makes Ternate an extremely beautiful city. But sadly, marine waste pollution in Ternate has a worrying impact. Most of the waste that enter the sea comes from the gutters, then into the dead river until it flows into the sea when it rains heavily. So what have the youth done to preserve the marine ecosystem in Ternate? We have a lot of youth community to engage in coastal cleanup activity that we do regularly every weekend. We are engaged with planting mangrove forest activity that helps to preserve the coast. And we also promoting and spreading news and positive action through social media about nature and ocean to inspire the public. We have our plan to get government attention and support for environmental maritime issues by delivering recommendations to the local government and providing. For the purpose of this presentation, I'll take my hometown as an example. It is garbage bin facilities and waste management mechanism throughout the river to prevent the waste from entering the sea. We also want to creating and developing young environmentalists more in the city of Ternate to prevent waste from entering the sea. This effort will be maximize inclusivity in Ternate in terms of youth participation towards the collective climate action. Talking about youth participation, as one of the government programs that collaborate with Youth Action, I'm proudly to introduce you to the program that I represent today. It is the Green Youth Movement. So what is the Green Youth Movement? The Green Youth Movement is a program collaboration between the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia with Indonesian Green Institute for the environmental movement that provides a forum for the high schooler in Indonesia to exchange knowledge in protecting and managing the environment. The Green Youth Movement was created to introduce, raise awareness, and engage students towards the issue of climate change. The goal is to obtain an overview of the main concept of the movement that will be implemented. And how can the Green Youth Movement contribute to preventing climate change? Through action and collaboration which has been programmed, we believe that it helped a lot for us to start create a positive impact to the nature and ocean. For more about the Green Youth Movement, going to be explained from my partner or the next speaker. Through contribution and support from various parties, it creates the youth commitment to preservation of the marine ecosystem. By starting to do any small action, engage in community until being a leader is not only creating change to their local area. When every youth can engage in this activity around the part of the world, it's going to creating a brighter future for our Earth. Because we are the inhabitants of the Earth, especially my generation, as a youth of the present and the leader for our future. As a youth, we hope that marine life should be a clean and cultivated ocean environment, because the ocean needs us and we need the ocean. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mas Deva Ardan Gandhi Hanafi, Mas Deva Ardan, for your inspiring presentations. Yeah, I like the way you deliver and also addressing the SDG 14, as we are all aware. SDG 14 stands for the life below the water. So you also suggest us like to use the Tumblr, run a campaign, organize a cleanup project, reduce waste, and also throw a charity. It's a good way to campaign your acts to the public. I also love when you say that Indonesia is the largest archipelagic country in the world. So that is why the marine ecosystem is the most important things to be considered and managed well in Indonesia. And you also try to explain your cities, beautiful cities, Ternate in North Maluku province. And also you also say that the youth movement to inspire the public should underline the inclusivity, the involvement, and the engagement. So, yeah, thank you very much for your presentations. And we can have questions and answers later on after all of the speakers. And I would like to invite the next speaker, which is Mbak Jesselyn Evani Yosekwan. Yeah, Mbak Jesselyn Evani Yosekwan, you have the floor.
I believe that every country in the world has experienced forest and land fires. Yes, forest and land fires. But have you ever felt concerned about this disaster? Greetings, honorable delegates. My name is Jaslyn Evania Sekwan, and I am 16 years old, proudly representing Indonesia as one of the Indonesian Youth Green Ambassadors 2023. So today, I am excited to share with you a presentation on the crucial role of youth in addressing environmental pollution stemming from forest and land fires. So Indonesia is a country with the 8th largest forest area in the world, known for being rich in various types of biodiversity. In addition, Indonesia also have an important role in stabilizing the Earth's temperature because the ability of trees to absorb the carbon dioxide, a greenhouse gas that contributes to global warming. Even though Indonesia has an enormous forest area, unfortunately, Indonesia also one of the countries that has lost their forest in the last 20 years, caused by various factors, which I will elaborate on the next slides. Large forest and land fires in Indonesia occur mostly in Sumatra and Kalimantan Islands. Since the severe fire in 1980s and 1990s, Indonesia also have garnered attention from around the world. Again, in 2007, 2012, and 2015, there were a significant land and forest fire that polluted the country itself and bringing some potential impacts. However, when we take a look at the bar chart on the following years, the number of fire has decreased rapidly, which shows that Indonesia has been successful in making efforts to reduce forest and land fires. Forests and land fires, according to many cases, would significantly affect the economic sector by causing agricultural damage, impacting public health, limiting civil mobilizations, leading to losses in natural resources, as well as tourism potentials. Moreover, the resulting smoke reduces the productivity on a daily basis, contributing to an economic downturns periodically. On the other hand, forest and land fires in Indonesia, in my hometown to be precise, present severe health risk as in respiratory and cardiovascular caused by the post-impact of the issues. That being said, vulnerable populations, especially children and the elderly, within surrounding civilization are exposed by the increased potential threats of these health problems. Therefore, I am here to voicing out that addressing this risk involves not only collective mitigation plan or action, but also protective measures for at-risk group as well as public awareness campaigns. So the government of Indonesia accomplished this feat using several strategies. So the first one is weather modification technology, or we call it as TMC, were used to control forest and fires since 2015. TMC operations have been further enhanced since 2020 by involving more parties in regular weather modification activities that you can see at the presentation here. So the second one is community and government cooperation. By sharing information regarding fire location and the preparedness of the local and governmental entities that are directly involved in fighting this flame, we can support one another through this collaboration. Hence, we'll get to the crucial question, what is the significance of youth on the matter? What have Indonesian youth done on contributing to save the country from the issues of land and forest fire? Respecting Sustainable Development Goals number 4, which highlights the importance of high-quality education, our country has surely helped the next generation, and also my generation, to learn more and gain awareness on the educational institution level through socialization about the role that land and forest fire play in contributing to the climate change. But do you really believe that by only education is enough? For me, I'll say no. Without a doubt, education is insufficient on its own. We also require a real action. Numerous younger generations in Indonesia are currently developing a sense of environmental responsibility. As a result, numerous groups of all sizes have formed with shared objective of defending Earth against dangers. As I previously stated that I am one of the Indonesian Youth Green Ambassadors 2023, and I became the recipient of this title by taking part in the Green Youth Movement, an environmental education program. So the Green Youth Movement has also succeeded in gathering and appointing almost 2,000 young individuals across Indonesia as the green ambassadors who are concerned about environmental issues and the sustainability of our planet. Green Youth Movement as a program was established by collective collaboration between actors such as the government and Indonesian Green Institute. That being said, this is a form of realization in terms of cooperations toward meaningful youth participation. Therefore, I would like to emphasize that Green Youth Movement and other similar programs as a form of realization towards Indonesia's sustainable development targets ambition. And I quote, as to ensuring that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills necessary to promote sustainable developments, including, among the other things, through education, sustainable developments, and lifestyle, end quote. Now let's take a look at the presentation. So these are the photos that I have collected from Indonesian youth that shows a contribution on preserving Indonesian forest. I am glad and pleased to observe that Indonesian youth are becoming more conscious of the need of protecting the environment. So what are you waiting for? We all know that our earth needs our help. So kindly ask everyone present as well as those around the globe to begin spreading awareness and acting seriously. We can begin with the most simple thing, like planting trees, disposing trash properly, protecting the environment, and so forth, because every little contribution does matters, guys. So we don't have much time left to save our world. And if it's not us, who will? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mbak Jesselyn Evania Yoshekwan. It is a really great pleasure, like you address the forestry sectors. And you also explained that in Indonesia as one of the largest forest owner in the world. That's true, that's the fact. So we are running the world in a way when we talk about how to manage the forest sustainably. And then you also try to address the El Nino as one of the uh, special things that always happening in 5 years. Yeah, in every 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. And it's also become the one of the biggest major factor of the forestry losses. And it's also become the main causes of the forest fire or forest and land fire, as we all know in Indonesian terms. And the forest fire itself also affected to both economic and also the health aspects. As I am just known that you are coming from South Sumatra, South Sumatra province, Palembang city, which is you also addressed that the haze pollutions coming from the forest fire also happened in your city, and it affects greater, especially related to the health aspects, right? So, but however, yeah, I mean, like the first speaker, Mas Deva Arden, the second speaker, Mbak Jesselyn, you both try to address the sustainable development goals in a very good way. And Mbak Jesselyn also try to connect with the SDG 4, the quality educations, which is definitely not enough when we talk about to improve, to escalate the quality of the educations without thinking about the other SDGs, because we have 17 goals, right? So it will be not enough. But you also address that the Green Youth Movement, like as a way to raise the voice, also try to inspire the public, the government actors, the government sectors, private actors, and so on, as a multi-stakeholders, multi-actors, and also multi-sectors. And it's connect with Mas Deva Arden said that it's always talking about the involvement of all people in implementing the programs. So thank you for your very great presentations, and I would like to invite Mas Gravita Eka Purnama to having a presentation. Mas Eka, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry and the whole Indonesian Pavilion teams at COP28 Dubai 2023 and distinguished delegates. My name is Gravita Eka Purnama. I came from Central Java, Indonesia. My both friend speakers are from east of Indonesia and the other one is from the west of Indonesia. I am in the middle. Before I go to my presentation, I'd like to present to you my profile video as a nature conservation cadre. Saya harus bertindak. Jika bukan sekarang, kapan lagi?
Reboisasi dari Mas Ika itu tidak hanya gerakan menanam saja, tetapi juga gerakan merawat. Peran Mas Eka di Desa Wan sini yang hubungannya dengan konservasi lingkungan adalah dia sebagai motivator kami, teman-teman penggerak pecinta alam, khususnya di base camp Gunung Perahu Sahabat Alam, membawa manfaat untuk masyarakat yang luar biasa.
Roda akan terus berputar, walau dengan keprihatinan untuk mencapai titik tertinggi. Saya bukanlah pahlawan. Saya hanya pejuang yang hingga kini setia pada kelestarian. Thank you very much. As you can see from my video, I'm here represent nature conservation cadre to voicing out our contribution and ambition. A conservation cadre, as a person designated as a successor of conservation effort who has awareness and knowledge about conservation, volunteers, is willing and be able to convey conservation messages to the community. The role of the conservation cadre is as initiator, motivator, facilitator, and dynamist. The function and the duties of conservation cadres are as pioneers, drivers of a natural resource conservation effort. Conservation cadres are expected to play an active role in developing and mobilizing effort to conserve natural resources in society. God Almighty created forest as a bountiful resource that offer many advantages to humanity for the benefit of human prosperity both now and in the future. Forests can be preserved and used to their fullest potential. Forests tend to deteriorate in condition because they are a source of prosperity for people and one of the factors that determine life support system. Deteriorating forest quality is a result of illegal logging, forest fire, and land conversion, all which contribute to global warming and climate change. To ensure community welfare, forests must be preserved to fullest extent possible, and their carrying capacity must be managed sensibly, transparently, professionally, and responsibly. To guarantee that forests continue to be sustainable, numerous initiatives have been undertaken, such as those aimed at safeguarding, maintaining, forest resource. And of course, impact of the forest sustainability on community welfare will be positive. As you see, local wisdom conservation in Mount Prau, Central Java. The condition of Mount Prau here, Mount Prau has height of 2,695 meters above sea level with hilly topography and sometimes very steep. Mount Prau becomes a buffer for 5 districts in Central Java. From Temanggung district, Wonosobo, Kendal, Batang, and Pekalongan. People believe that Mount Prau in Dieng Plateau, which is believed to be the highest place in Central Java, in Java actually, and then the place where the gods resides. The achievement Mount Prau conservation is, as you can see in the picture there, forest fire occurred around 2010. Here in the corner, the forest fire destroying all vegetation and of course animals. And then starting in 2010, conservation efforts were carried out by planting and maintaining plants. In the middle, you can see there only left one plant in around 3 hectares area. And continuously maintaining, as you can see in the right picture of this slide, the current condition, there is an optimal land cover and high biodiversity. The biodiversity in Mount Prau, as you see in this picture, we have so many various plants here. This is an endemic plant from Mount Prau that we protected. You can read it and you can see there are many things, but the most endemic plant there is like beringin, Ficus variegata. This is a very sacred tree that we protect because this tree is stand beside the springs. We keep the tree still alive, and we believe that it will keep the spring, give us water more and more. And here, the edelweiss. People say that edelweiss is an immortal flower. The Latin name is Anaphalis javanica. We protect that, and its status now become vulnerable because forest fire. And of course, we have a daisy flower here in the corner of the left. This spread at most of the top of Mountain Prau. Later you can see the next slide. It will be very beautiful in the after August month. When you try to visit there, you will enjoy the very beautiful landscape. This is the animals that live in Mountain Prau. We can still see Panthera pardus melas. Many times I see the tracks of Panthera pardus melas. And then the most protected now, because this is become very vulnerable status, like a lutung budang. Also, we call this lutung Jawa, Tresipetus auratus, and landak Jawa, elang Jawa also. Then there are many things endemic animals in Mount Prau. Management of Mount Prau merging with below slide. Water utilization, we use this as a fishery. We grow ponds and used to produce fish. The water availability is impacted by water consumption in the context of local residents drawing water from the springs and thinking that the mountain forests are destroyed. Numerous animals, sacred trees surround the biodiversity, surround the forest resources, as I say, helping to preserve it. In the theory, maintaining plants involves routinely fertilizing and pulling weeds. After 3 years, this will cease and the plant is deemed grown and able to withstand the pest plants that are a natural part of the ecosystem. Using ecotourism to make use of environmental services. We have kept up with ongoing upkeep and planting, recruiting locals to work as a porter and mountain guides has direct link to enhancing the local economy and conservation effort. It was merely at a patchwork with little economic value when they used to monitor and maintain the trees and the crop they had planted. Then, by performing the roles of guide and porter, the work might create economic value while maintaining and tending to previously planted plant. Making use of subsurface land extending the economic area of the coffee plants by using the space beneath the stand to grow coffee plants and raise honeybees until they understand our field and productive crops. There on the table, I bring the sample of coffee. Maybe later you can see. The biological resources protection effort. Here, the Forest Patrol, in collaboration with nearby communities, because daily patrols by nature production agencies are not feasible. Community-led forest patrol are crucial. In order to slow down or even halt the pace of poaching and illegal trafficking, the community plays as a crucial role. Whether they are grazing in the forest or searching for wood on a daily basis. if someone is out on patrol and comes across any plants or animals that are protected and at the highest levels of environmental conservation, they can also report it. The animal and plants can then be continually protected once the coordinates have been mapped. Afterward, Nature Conservation Cadre, or in Indonesia said KKA, Kader Konservasi Alam, is involved in the investigation of complaint about the seizure of protected animal for their subsequent release to very viable wild habitats. Here, fighting forest fire here. The government creates MPA around the forest and the community, at the community level. Communities surrounding the forest and the government, which establish the fire care community. In Indonesia, we call it MPA, Masyarakat Peduli Api. Both contribute to the effort to put out forest fire. If a forest fire breaks out in the neighborhood, MPA take over and as the operation coordinator, in addition to be the first responder to any fire. This is effort to preserve forest resources and education. There we release animal like a lutung Jawa, as I said in the slides before, and doing education to children, even a farmer and communities, together with the government. Conservation efforts here. Keys to success is empowerment of communities around the forest. Increasing community empowerment surrounding the forest become very important. If people don't see the financial advantages of having forests, they won't be preserved. Hence, in order to preserve forests and ensure that they continue to support life in surrounding community, we must educate and encourage them in a way that advances the economy. Sometimes people just consider to seasoning planting, which is done purely for business, which damages trees, especially those found in highland. When annual plants are unable to produce advantage due the lack of water, it turns out the trees can also be deliver greater benefit.
Excuse me, Mas Eka, yeah,
Yes.
You may finalize your presentations quickly. Thank you.
Okay. For this last sentence, if we don't build the local community, particularly in regard to catastrophic phenomena, in this case is fires, the damages that have been done or will be done to our woods will take a very long time to mend. Last word from me. The forest without human will remain sustainable, but the human without forest will not be able to survive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mas Grafika Eka Purnama. I've been informed that the conservation cadre also consider not only the forest but how to conserve the land and water, or the land and water itself. So you also mentioned about the Mount Prau, located in central Java, specifically at the Dieng Plateau. which becomes the buffer zones for 5 districts. And you also explained to us about the conservation acts that you did together with the multi-stakeholders involving the government actors too. The one of the key that I've got is the forest fire fighter is everyone. Who cares about the environment? So it belongs to the squad, the people, the youth, the government, private actors, NGOs, CSOs, academics, universities, and also the enthusiasts. As well as you shown the MPA, Masyarakat Peduli Api, as a community who cares about how to deplenish or extinguish the forest and land fire. So thank you for your fruitful presentations. And we would like, before that, yeah, we have Mas Budi. Thank you for making your time to come here to giving speech and presentations. So yeah, again, Mas Budi Sugandi. Sorry. Yeah, Mas Budi Sugandi is the chairman of the Indonesian Council of Youth Development. So Mas Budi Sugandi, the floor is yours. You may have the presentations.
Okay, good morning everyone. Selamat pagi, guten Morgen, Gunaiden. Anyone know the meaning of the language? Because I think we are diverse here, come from another country. Maybe some of you maybe come from which country, ladies? Uganda, Sri Lanka, and then Uganda, and all of us here, I think we are together to make like better Earth in the planet. First of all, I would like to thanks to Minister of Forestry and Minister of Environment and Forestry, Her Excellency Ibu Siti Nuraya Bakar, who give me the chance to attend and sharing the knowledge about the COP28. And then distinguished guests and delegates. First of all, I think we have to congratulate to our pavilions. Indonesian pavilion is always make us like amazing, because you can see, maybe some of you already tried the Indonesian food. Please, have you tried? How about the taste? Delicious, right? And also we have like dance also, so you can join maybe after lunch or in the noon time. So ladies and gentlemen, this is my presentations, and I hope we can make like not so serious, because this is the last time for us. Normally last time we use it to make like explore the city, but no worries, we still have one day to explore the city. So this is the title of my program or my presentation, and as the moderator mentioned, I am the chairman of Indonesian Council of Youth Development. Then maybe you can next for the presentation, the slide. Yes, this is my background. I finished my master degree in Marmara University in Istanbul, Turkey. That's why I mentioned about Gunaiden. And then also in Technische Universität Braunschweig, Germany for my master also. And I just finished my doctor degree in China. So also last year, Indonesia has become presidency for G20, and I also the co-chairman of U20. And then also I have my startup, we call it Click Coaching, because my focus actually in education. So we develop the startup focusing on the education. And also I have my own business in the for the media branding actually. Okay, next. Also, I wrote several opinion or space in the Indonesian newspaper. Most of the term is about the educations, but also I wrote about the climate and environment as well. Also, the journal, as a PhD student, we should write a journal also. Yes, little bit narcissist, I'm so sorry. Yes, some of the television invite me to make like a discussion, especially about the youths. So let's discuss. So I already have the material, but I will highlight some of the point before I read the material. First is, I think the COP28 in Dubai is very crucial because this is the middle of the Paris Agreement in 2015, right? So we already have 7 years. And also our time, our limit is we have 7 years to finish our, for the targets or deadline of the Paris Agreement, we should have like the 1.5 Celsius at least. That's very crucial. The second one, I think, as me, I think our language, our theory, our material will look like global, international, as we discussed today, and also in another pavilion. We should make it more easy to understand, especially to young people. We discuss about the young people, but if we talk about the climate change, the disasters, even the COP, some of them confusing about the meaning, what the key message of the material of the presentation. So our homework today, after we back from the Dubai, this beautiful city and beautiful country, we need to make like very easy material, very easy to communicate to people, especially for young people. That's our homework actually. And the third one, I will discuss about the bonus demographic or demographic bonus. In my country, now we call it demographic bonus. It means like the productive age people is very high. Right now, in Indonesia, we have at least 60% of young people. And in 2030, it is our maximum. We will have 70% of young people in Indonesia. It means it will be good for us, but also it will be disaster if we are not prepared the good thing for the young people or young generation. As I mentioned before, we develop Indonesian's Council of Youth Development. Actually, it's one of the agenda is we want to make this community to more impactful, especially for the society. If you can see our members of ICYD or Indonesian Council of Youth Development, the members come from activists. The members come from young lecturers. Some of them have a startup. So I want to make the atmosphere for young people in Indonesia to make like we have to together to make better world, especially in Indonesia. Last one, I will mention about the education and technology. Actually, we have to make improve, especially about the curriculum in the school. Maybe our school is still use the old curriculum as maybe it's not related what we face today. And also the technology. Right now, we know we are very familiar with artificial intelligence, right? With Internet of Things or IoT, with the big data, with the metaverse. The question is we are ready to use in the school? I don't think so. And also, the last one, I think the era right now, especially for Gen Z, because I read some of the research from the McKinsey, they said people from the Z generations, they are the big consumption of social media. So if you talk right now, maybe the millennial and Z generation, they will not listen for us. But if you make like the content in Instagram, in TikTok, in YouTube, maybe they will understand and they will use also our recommendation. So let me read very fast. Don't worry. I have like total is in 10 minutes, but if I am just let me know. Just remind me after two last minutes. At this COP28 Dubai, the term being addressed united act and delivers. Countries worldwide, including developing nations, have collectively agreed upon a global stock take as a catalyst for accelerating effort in addressing climate change. The global stock must serve as a catalyst for greater ambition in achieving the goal of Paris Agreement in 2015, especially striving to limit the rise in temperature to 1.5 Celsius from pre-industrial revolution. Such ambitions must be articulated by each country, though the revision of their nation determining contribution in 2015. The organization of COP28 is almost important, as it confirmed in the 7 years following the establishment Paris Agreement in 2015. On the other hand, COP28 is also confirmed 7 years period to the 2030 deadline for the target set in Paris Agreement 2015. So let me going for the grassroots. In my opinion, all theories and discussion in each COP, including COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh that I participated before, and also this including COP28, which are inherently global and international, should be able to engage grassroots movement, including local communities, youth, and indigenous population. Certainly, regulation to enable countries to control industrial are crucial and effective, but it's important not to separate matter from grassroots engagement. For example, when we discuss about the forest, it is often the indigenous communities who play a crucial role in the preserving the sustainable of this forest. I believe that initiative undertaken at the grassroots level can serve as foundation for leadership in the fields of environment and forestry. Thus, we can all provide tagline and concrete example, leading by example. So let me make a fast for the youth issues, because the topic is about the youth, and I think almost of us here is youth. Maybe some of you are already more than 40 or 50. Maybe for the age, yes, you're not youth anymore, but for your mentality, since you're here, your mentality is youth. So, as I mentioned before, the younger generation is crucial in learning about various issues related to climate change, because they are among the group most profoundly affected by impact. Therefore, it's imprehensive for the younger generation to equip themselves with diverse knowledge about the environment and climate crisis. In Indonesia, the population of youth right now is more than 60%, including millennial, Z and post-Z generation, and will be demographic bonus with the productive age will be approximately 70% in 2030. Therefore, we should prepare for it. Of course, this is good news, but be careful, because we have in the economic issue, there is a middle income trap. If we don't be careful for the middle income trap, it will be difficult for us for make our country become like rich. Last for the moderator, because the moderator I think will be angry for me if I take more time. After understanding and mastering the issues of the climate crisis, it's hoped that the younger generation can take tangible action to save the earth, engage the campaign to encourage other social media platforms such as Instagram and TikTok. Moreover, they can join communities in taking action. For example, adopting one person, one tree. Let me check here. Anyone here have the tree in their home or in their country? Okay, that's good. But maybe 80% they still don't have. Maybe because they think they have the garden. The garden is for together. But we should have at least one trees in our home, at least. For me, I have around 10 or 15 trees and also small trees. And then also even establishing the startup to recycle waste into usable items like shoes, bag, and accessories. In Indonesia, the startup to make like focus the environment is huge, is many. For example, the speaker here, they already have the startup who make like recycle for the environment. That's good. And then furthermore, the school curriculum from elementary to high school level should be improved and emphasize knowledge and practice related to climate change to foster awareness and cultivate individuals who care about the environment and earth. Digital technology must be used well. Currently, we are entering the area of artificial intelligence, big data, and then Internet of Things, metaverse. Digital technology must be used in education more efficiently and optimally. So last but not least, my message is, let's take care to young people. Because if we fail today, we fail our future. And the last one, we don't want to just make the planet livable, but we want to make it a better place to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mas Budi, for the inspiring speeches. Yeah, oh, yeah, that's a very good way to communicate because, like you stated, also the way to communicate is to connect what we will got from the COP28 UNFCCC Dubai UAE and what we will do when we're going back to our country, to our city, like try to act, try to contribute to the country's program. Also, one of a good that I am truly underlined your statement is the demographic bonus in Indonesia. So yes, I do agree. One side, it is a very good situation. We have a lot of younger generations, like a couple years ahead. But however, on the other side, it also could be a trap for us to be stayed in the middle income countries. Yeah, middle income countries, because we are targeting to be to become the next developed countries. Also, yeah, I also like that you also address one man, one tree, as so for us to remembrance that yeah we need to contribute to our lovely world. So I do believe that there are a lot of burning questions. May I have two people who want to ask? Mbak Mugi, could you please help?
No. Yeah. Thank you so much. My name is Brian Bishkul. I'm Maya Tsutuhil. I'm indigenous from Guatemala, and I work for Cultural Survival. We're an indigenous-led indigenous rights organization working to advocate for the rights of indigenous peoples. We are also part of a coalition. It's called the Search Coalition. We're also trying to protect the rights of indigenous peoples in the green transition. And we heard at this COP that there was a pledge by several countries to tripling the capacity of renewable energy production. Now, this is very important because Indonesia is one of the largest countries where nickel is being extracted. And there are several documented cases of violations of indigenous peoples there. And my question is, how is the youth advocating for the rights of indigenous peoples in spaces like this and also in Indonesia, as we are working together and trying to build coalitions to protect the rights of indigenous peoples? And I know that maybe this is not something that one of you could answer, but I think there's also an important space to open a conversation. And again, the name of our coalition is the Search Coalition. I invite you to learn more about us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. I'm sorry, Ryan, Miss Cool, okay, from Guatemala. So yeah, thank you for addressing the indigenous people, because like Indonesian are all indigenous people. I'm also proud of it. I also the indigenous people. But however, in Indonesia, there are people who lives in the city, who also lives like surrounding the forest areas, which is remote. So we call them like the local people. So, but however, you also address the pledge of the renewable energy production. And your question is like, how was the youth to contribute to protect the rights of the people? I think, could I address like the people who live in the remote areas? Is it correct? Okay, great. So probably, who wants to answer first? Mas Budi? Great.
Then maybe you can add also if you want. Yeah, maybe I can answer. Thank you for the question. It's a great question actually. So, yeah, indigenous people is very important, I think. But the number one is, I think, is about the educations. They should have enough knowledge about the environment, about the nickel, for example. Otherwise, it will be difficult to make like them as only as an object. They should become like the subject. So we should educate them so they know what's the potential in their area, for example. That's the first one. The second one, of course, if we talk about the nickel, we should talk about the regulations in the countries. Because for the regulation, it will be more impactful for the society. So in Indonesia, I think we have the Ministry of Investment first, who focus for these issues. The second one also, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry also had a great job, I think. There is a Director General, Mr. Agus, who are very focusing for this issue. And then I think he did very good job for these issues. So I mean, we will focus for two sides. First side is about the society. We have to educate people. We should give them the enough knowledge. The second one about the regulation from the governments. That's my answer.
Very well. Thank you, Mas Budi. Is there probably...
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you very much for the question. Okay, yeah, I'm also from the eastern part of Indonesia, that there's a lot of indigenous people there. And in the eastern part of Indonesia, there's like, I know that there's a like mine activity place that a lot of indigenous people there that affect from that activity. So I think that it's very important that we have to get education. I totally agree with him that of course, we as a youth, that we have our right to speak, to give voice to the government, because you know we are the next generation in the world, and this also how can tell that how important the forum or the organization that we can like bridging the voice from the indigenous people to the government, to how can the government can give the solution or the innovation or can solve the problem for the indigenous people that facing right now.
Thank you, Mas Devardan. So we could have the last question, the last burning questions. So please, somebody could help me to giving the mic to the lady with the red dress. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Helen Tete from Nigeria. thank you for your presentation. And yeah, I agree. Some of us are youth at heart. We're refusing to grow older. However, you know, in the course of your presentations and your submissions, I just was reminded that the earth that we want to heal is a global village now, right? So if one side of the village know this much, you have this other side of the village that need to catch up. Now, are there initiatives to escalate what you're doing in Indonesia to some part of the world, like Africa and Nigeria? That's one question. And if it's a yes or no, can there be a buy-in through your embassies in African countries? That's what I want to know.
Thank you very much, Madam Helen from Nigeria. So thank you for your question. So yes, the questions related to the Earth as the global village. So what is the contributions of the Indonesian youth? Yeah, to other continents, as well as like we also aware that we are both our countries stands for the Asia and Africa. So is there anyone who wants to answer? Okay, Mas Budi.
That's a great question also. So thank you for the questions. I think, yes, in Indonesia, we have around 270 million people. And also there is a big gap for the education and about the quality of the education. But yes, that's one issues of one of the problem in my country, but we try to solve the problem. For example, in our Ministry of Education, they make like a program to focusing on the new curriculum, and also they make like industrial program, for example. So, based to your questions, yeah, I think let me start from the end about the how to make connecting between Indonesia, for example, with the Africa, for example. In my country, we make also like the scholarships. We open, especially for developing country, especially from the Africa, they come to Indonesia to studying, for example, in Universitas Islam International Indonesia, or in the biggest university like University of Indonesia and Gajah Mada University. And also we send also our students to another country. That's one of our program. The second one, I think we make like cultural exchange, yes. For example, we have also summer program. So we want to invite them to join the program so we know each other about the program. And last thing, of course, in Indonesia, if you remember, we have like Asia Africa program at the time. So don't worry, we are neighbor. We are far away, but we are neighbor because there is now is borderless. So we will help each other for our quality of the human. Thank you. Yeah, I hope it's answered your questions. We will discuss after the cafe tea outside. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I just want to add in a little bit. So I am also one of the Indonesian Youth Green Ambassadors 2023. So respecting the sustainable developments number 4, our government also like giving some platform for the young generation to advocate a lot of people and giving some exchange knowledge, exchange experience so that we can collecting people's awareness and like their communication that also important for gaining awareness of respecting the climate change and also like how to save our environment and our earth. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do believe that there are still a lot of burning questions, but however, because like the time is very limited, So we would like to have further discussions after the sessions with all of the panel speakers. However, uh, yeah. So could you guys like having a very short one sentence jargon or quotes that you want to say to the peoples? Yeah, only one sentences. Yeah, yeah, it's like a very short one. So yeah, please probably start from Mas Eka.
Okay. For the last sentences that I try to, remind you, we must keep the forest because this forest without humans, it will be still remain sustainable. But we, without the forest, human will not able to survive. Keep the forest, keep the world become green. And keep this green planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Maseka.
We all know that our Earth need our help. So kindly ask everyone here, present here, to start doing some every little changes, like planting a trees, dissolving the trash properly, because every little things that you do, guys, matters. So yeah, if it's not us, then who will? Thank you.
Thank you.
So my last sentence is, let's take care of young generations because if you lose today, we will lose our futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Budi.
So my last word for me was you have to support your youth in your area to because we know that the youth is the next generation of the world. So let's love our earth.
Thank you very much, all of the speakers. What a fruitful and effective discussion we have in this beautiful morning. I don't want to conclude the presentations and speeches from all of the speakers. However, as we've seen, the youth are having big roles in climate actions, as well as they will become the future leaders in a couple years ahead. Therefore, by giving the youth an opportunity to be involved in the climate actions, it also directly preparing them to become the future generations to contribute to the climate change adaptation and mitigation. That is all from me, Yoga Hadi Prasatya, as the moderator of the sessions. I'm giving back the rest to the Master of Ceremony, Ms. Desmona Chandra. And see you again at the COP29 UNFCCC somewhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all speakers and our beloved Ibu Nur. Our reliable negotiator will hand over a special merchandise to all the speakers. Hopefully today's dialogue could strengthen the solidarity among local youth to avoid, of course, the most catastrophic impact of climate change in our beautiful land of Indonesia. Thank you, Ibu Nur, for making a time in your busy schedule, negotiating on climate change in front of the world. You still make a time to be with us today. And thank you very much. Don't forget to join our last session. It will be about the Indonesia standard for carbon market. Don't miss out. We'll see you again in 10 minutes. Thank you. Distinguished leaders and speakers, welcome to the final session of the program. How are we feeling? As in like sad or happy? Superb, good. I guess it's mixed feelings, right? And I can see a relief from Ibu Ami's face and Ibu Nur, yet nervous, waiting for tomorrow's result, right? Okay, although this is the last session, we still have some work to be done, so let's get on to the business. Today we'll be talking about a very interesting topic. It's about carbon, so how to implement Indonesia's standard for carbon market. So Indonesia has officially regulated the implementation of carbon pricing as one of the efforts to achieve NDC target. These regulations become the legal basis for determining the scheme and process of carbon pricing. And one of the schemes is the process of validating and verifying plans for mitigation actions and reports on its achievements. Another one that's also important is the carbon credit scheme. So on the sideline, Indonesia Carbon Exchange was also launched on September 26th this year. So on this very last day, we will introduce you the Indonesia Carbon Credit Mechanism. It's, again, very, very exciting and interesting topic to discuss with, but prior to the discussion, let's pay attention to our keynote speaker. We won't be here without her. Please welcome the Director General of Climate Change from MOEF, Ibu Ami Dewanti.
Thank you for the excellent introductions of the sessions. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace and blessing of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala be upon you. A very good morning, still morning, because we have not yet our lunch. Distinguished moderators, Dr. Nurma Sripatin, speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned, this is the very last sessions of the Indonesia Pavilion at the COP28. And I'm trying to be very brief because I know that you are very exciting to hear all the speakers. So as mentioned, that Indonesia has launched its regulations on carbon pricing. But before that, let me touch some other issues that you may already learn from various sessions, discussion, and presentations at these very pavilions, that Indonesia has been continuously increasing its commitment to the climate change, both mitigations and adaptations. We submitted our first ever NDC back in 2016, together with our ratifications of the Paris Agreement. In 2021, we updated our NDC, still with the similar target, which is 29% reductions by 2030 against the business as usual as a baseline, and 41% if we receive the international support. And we enhanced our target in 2022 before the Sharm el-Sheikh. We also submit our long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience. Those documents basically shows how Indonesia continuously increase its commitment. Now our target is 31.89% without international support or unconditional, and we're gonna to increase the target up to 43.2% if we receive international target. So of course, in order to achieve those targets, we need to have tools, mechanism, instrument, because we know that mitigation by ourselves, it will not be easy. So that's why the carbon pricing was putting into this context. Indonesia continue in, as I mentioned, we are now preparing our second NDC. And within our second NDC, the target, the ambition will be even higher than the current one. So that's why carbon pricings, is believed to be an effective mechanism to support Indonesia in fulfilling its target. As mentioned before in the introductions, that we already launched our regulations on the carbon pricing back in 2021. It's a presidential regulation, number 98, 2021. This regulation has become an umbrella of other implementations regulations that will regulate how carbon pricing in Indonesia will implement. This regulation has or promotes four types of mechanisms of carbon pricings. I mentioned in the other sessions that Indonesia's carbon pricing policy is not only merely implemented the Article 6 of Paris Agreement, but we combine the Article 5 and Article 6 into our carbon pricing because Indonesia still would like to have Article 5 to be recognized as important as Article 6. So the four mechanisms that I mentioned, the first one is carbon trading, both emission trading and carbon offset. The second is result-based payment. It's basically taken a lesson learned from the REDD plus RBP. The third is carbon taxation. We're still developing these carbon taxations, and hopefully by next year or a year after next year, we're gonna to have the first ever Indonesian carbon tax regulations. And the fourth mechanism, it's a new mechanism that will be developed according to the scientific methodology, as well as might be in the form of combination between 1, 2, or 3. Our regulation clearly states that the one of the carbon pricing scheme can be implemented in carbon trading. And to be able to implement this, it is necessary to have a well-recording system. A few years ago, we developed so-called national registration system. So we already have our own registration system, and we're gonna to bring this national registry system to be in line and aligned with the international regulation that soon will be developed at the international levels. We also even develop others supporting instruments like Indonesian crediting scheme. We call it Sertifikat Pengurangan Emisi Indonesia or Indonesian Certificate Emissions Scheme. And to be able to ensure that this scheme will be accordance, in line and aligned with all international standards, with the most integrity, transparency, and inclusive. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry jointly have our effort with the national standardization body, including its national accreditation committee, to accredited so-called validations and verifications bodies as an independent certifications and validations body. And these sessions, we're gonna to hear from our speakers how Indonesia established and developed the schemes and how we're gonna to ensure that the implementations of the scheme will accordance to the principle that we are acknowledged under the UNFCCC, which is transparency, accuracy, completeness, comparability, and consistency, or TACCC. Our experiences in developing these schemes may inspire everybody or other parties to also develop their own regulation scheme. Because we would like to have, at the end of the day, that every parties will have a just, transparent, and integrated scheme to be able to support our global target in reducing the greenhouse gas emission. So without any further ado, I would like to have all the speakers to present their experiences, to share their information and the story in developing this accreditations process. Hope this discussion will be a very fruitful one, and we would like also to have inputs, insight from all the participants of these sessions. And inshallah, in the future, we will hand in hand to ensure that the carbon pricing will be the integrity, the good one, and integrity, inclusive, and competent. So, thank you very much and enjoy the sessions. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Ami, for the insightful keynote. So, as Ibu Ami said, let's get on to the discussion. I will invite our senior moderator. She's not only served as the senior advisor to the minister, she's also a proven negotiator who accompanied Ibu Ami side by side on climate negotiation in front of the world. Please join me in welcoming Ibu Nur Masripatin.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. May Allah protect us always, wherever we are. Introduced by our MC on the background of this session, and also brought in the broader context by the Director General of Climate Change of Indonesia, where the context of carbon pricing Indonesia is positioned. The carbon pricing, carbon market in Indonesia is implemented in the context of supporting the achievement of our NDC target. Elaboration on the regulation, also the principles, rule, and procedure already explained by Ibu Director General. So we can now start off the session. We have about 1 hour for presentation and discussion. I would like to invite first Dr. Saiful Anwar, the Senior Policy Analyst of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, to come forward to join with me here. The second, I would like to invite Ibu Esti Permati, National Standardization Agency. Please join me here, Ibu Esti. The third, I would like to invite Bapak Rustiawan Anis, Lead Assessor from Indonesia National Accreditation Committee. And the fourth, I would like to invite Mr. Tatsushi Hemi, Global Environment Department, Mitsubishi Research and Consulting, Japan. Colleague, we will listen to the presentation from national context from Indonesia that will be delivered by our 3 speakers. And then we will follow the presentation at the global level, how we progressing, so that we could see where Indonesia is now compared with the development at the global level. So first I would like to invite Pak Saiful Anwar to give opportunity for us to have discussion. If you could please finish your presentation maximum in 10 minutes. Thanks, Pak.
Thank you. I'll try in 10 minutes with very, actually, a bit complex items. But, well, thank you for this opportunity in this very last session in the Indonesia Pavilion. Distinguished colleagues, as already mentioned, and you may know or understand or remember that prior to COP26 in Glasgow, President Jokowi has issued a presidential regulation on carbon pricing, and then followed by the ministerial regulation on the governance of the carbon pricing itself. And now we are going to discuss that will detail that regulation, especially for offsetting, namely Indonesia Greenhouse Gas Emission Reduction Certification Scheme. It's quite long, and also known as SPEI. Yeah, SPEI. Better we mention as SPEI. Yes, and this scheme has been launched by ministers in October 24th, 2023, as seen in the picture, during its opening ceremony of Rumah Carbon, or Carbon House. Essentially, this scheme is the realization of the robust MRV system. Next, yep. I think you already know World Bank in 2022 has identified domestic certification scheme in the world. There are 21 schemes which has been established to complement the jurisdiction's existing carbon pricing instruments. There was in Canada, US, Latin America, Africa, Australia, Asia, include China, Japan, Thailand, and now Indonesia. The goal of SPEI is to comply with TACCC, it's already mentioned by Ibu DG previously. So TACC principles, and of course align with national objectives. This slide provides overview of the management stages from planning to certification issuance. There are 5 major stages. The first stage is registration to National Registry System, or also known as SRN, with output is account number of participants. And the second stage is planning, with its output in the form of mitigation action design document, also known as DRAM. The third stage is implementation, which involves carrying out emission reduction or sequestration enhancement activities. And the fourth stage is reporting, with its output in the form of Mitigation Action Achievement Report, also known as LCHAM. In final stage is the issuance of certificates known as SPE GRK, that is 1 ton of CO2 equivalent reduction, result in the issuance of 1 SPE GRK. So this is very important stage, and most business entity would like to directly jump to this stage. The next slide is to illustrate the business process of certification that involving various parties in its stages. There are participants, of course, and government involving other ministers, other ministries, and then National Registry System and MRV team, and also accredited independent body. Just to highlight that when participants submit their DRAM through SRN, and meet the requirement, then DRAM must undergo validation by independent validation body. After validation, and it is validated, it can proceed to implementation stage. At the end of the compliance period of the implementation, the results are reported through the SRN with documents known as LCHAM. It is essential to note that this report must then be verified by independent verification body to be able to proceed to the next process, which is certificate issuance. With regard to accreditation and competency of the validation and verification body will be explained more detail by the next two speakers. The next slide, this is the content of the space scheme guidelines. There are 6 subheadings. The appendices will be very useful to all at the end. The last one is appendices. It consists of a detailed guideline for participants and also validators and verifier, including guideline for assessing the contribution to sustainable development. On the next slide, I will be brief, focus on 3 subheadings. That is general provision, requirement of certification, and certificate issuance. In general provision, GHG emission reduction can be certified for 2 things. The first, reduced emission and or enhanced GHG sequestration is a result of mitigation action. It cannot be certified if not from mitigation action. The second, climate change mitigation performance of the remaining emission cap allowance or surplus of PTBI. The participants of the scheme are business entities and the person in charge with mitigation actions or designated license or representative. And the third is cap and trade recipients. With regard to crediting period, the project began after December 31, 2020, or on the date DRAM is validated. Duration of the project is 7 years and can be renewed once, or 10 years but not renewable. Specifically for FOLU is 10 years and can be renewed twice, or 20 years but not renewable. Meanwhile, for remaining allowance is accordance with the validity period of technical approval and cannot be extended. The requirement for emission reduction to be certified is the mitigation action must be non-business as usual activities and have additionality. The action is not, and also the action, mitigation action is not an obligation mandated by a policy. Mitigation actions that have non-permanent risk, such as mitigation actions in the forestry sector, set aside a permanence guarantee served from each certificate issuance. The amount of guarantee is determined through stipulation by the respective sector or through a non-permanency risk analysis. So these actions are required to conduct a subsequent verification at least every 5 years after the first verification and at the end of the project duration. Yep. At the last step is the issuance of a certificate. So DG of Climate Change under the Minister of Environment and Forestry will provide a decision on the number of certificates issued no later than 14 working days after receive a request for issuance from the participants. This time frame applies if there is no request for clarification. The issued certificate will be added to the participants' account in the SRN carbon registry, as seen in the picture below. Each certificate issued will be counted towards the achievement of Indonesia NDC, except cancelled status. The certificate that has been authorized, the certificate and made first transfer to overseas will be cancelled. Carbon registry have interoperability with Indonesia Carbon Exchange as a secondary market. So this is the additional information that this is a place provided for consultations. The place is located at the second floor of Manggala Wana Bhakti building, Jakarta, not here. However, it needs reservation to get available time of consultation schedule through the link on the left. Yeah, I think that is from me, Ibu Nur. Thank you very much. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Saiful, for the presentation from the registrations until the issuing of certificate. From Pak Saiful presentation, we heard about the important role of validation and verification institution. This institution need to be accredited by our national body. The next speaker will share with us about the role of this national body and also about the process. So, Ibu Esti, you have the floor.
Distinguished guests, is my voice clear? Distinguished guests, our moderator Ibu Nur Masripatin, and then speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to share our experience of accreditation of validation and verification bodies for carbon pricing in Indonesia. As pronounced by moderator, my name is Esti. I am one of the personnel of Komite Akreditasi Nasional or Indonesia National Accreditation Body of Indonesia, or we used to mention KAN by KAN. Ladies and gentlemen, as seen in the picture and mentioned by previous speaker, on September 26, 2023, President of Indonesia, Mr. Joko Widodo, has launched Indonesia's carbon pricing. And this is the umbrella of the Indonesia carbon pricing. The first is Presidential Regulation number 98, year 2021, concerning carbon pricing to reach national contribution target and controlling GHG emission for national development. And the second one is the regulation of Ministry of Forestry and Environment number 21, year 2022, concerning guidance of implementation of carbon pricing. The mandate for KAN in Indonesia carbon pricing is mentioned in Chapter 72 of Presidential Regulation for number 98, year 2021, which stated that competence of certification scheme body has to be accredited by National Accreditation Body of Indonesia atau ORCAN. And also Chapter 40 of Regulation of Ministry of Forestry and Environment, number 21, year 2022, which states that validator and verificator must be accredited by the National Accreditation Body of Indonesia, ORCAN. we briefly introduce you to CAN. CAN is based to our Act number 20, year 2014. In this definition, mentioned that Comité Akreditasi Nasional is a body that implements duties and function of government in accreditation of conformity assessment body. CAN formed by presidential decision. It is a non-structural organization. CAN secretary is deputy of accreditation BSN, which I belong to. And CAN provide accreditation for several schemes, more than 30 schemes, such as certification body, laboratory, such as testing, calibration, medic, inspection body, and then proficiency testing provider, reference material producers, and validation and also verification body. Ladies and gentlemen, this picture tells us on the schemes of accreditation of CAN with the standard required for each schemes. If we see in the pink block, there is notation of N, mean that the schemes will be increasing based on the national needs. This is accreditation scheme for validation verification body. Currently, we have 4 sub-schemes, such as GHG, National Local Content Value, CORSIA or Carbon Offsetting and Reduction Scheme for International Aviation, and carbon pricing. The difference between GHG and carbon pricing, if we also use national regulation for the accreditation process of VVB or verification validation body. This is the schemes that currently run by CAN and the numbers of accredited CAB as of 22 November 2023. CAN has accredited 5 VVB with various sub-schemes and scopes, and for carbon pricing, CAN has accredited 4 VVBs. This is Certificate of Multilateral Recognition Arrangement from Asia Pacific Accreditation Cooperation, where CAN has one of the signatories for ISO IC 17029 and ISO 14065-2020. And this is Certificate of Mutual Recognition Arrangement from International Accreditation Forum, where CAN is one of 33 accreditation body in the world, which is a signatory for ISO 14065-2020. This is how CANs work. Actually, CAN accredited as accreditation body, accredited conformity assessment body, and conformity assessment body will need demonstration for conformity for the organization. But CAN itself, we have to do demonstration of equivalency for peer evaluation, where CAN will be evaluated once every 4 years. This is a scheme for VVB or Validation Verification Body will be based on SNI ISO IC 17029, ISO 14065, and ISO 14064 Part 3, and also method based on regulation. To make sure that we have facilitated government on carbon pricing, CAN has launched accreditation scheme for carbon pricing accreditation 14 June 2023. As we seen in this slide, currently we have specific regulation of other ministry concerning specific implementation of carbon pricing for each sector. One is regulation of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources concerning implementation of carbon pricing for subsector of power plant. And the second one is concerning capture and storage of carbon and capture, utilization, and storage carbon for upstream activities and oil and gas. As we seen in this slide, in the blue one, the accreditation scheme for CAN is based on the validation period of the accreditation of validation verification body, the scopes, and the validation verification body needs to do office assessment and witness assessment before it is accredited to to explore its competence. And then once it is accredited, it has to do surveillance and accreditation, surveillance and re-accreditation. Beside of the standard, and then we have the VVB or verification validation body have to comply also with documentation or requirement of KAN accreditation process. And what can do for checking the competence? It is based on two main item. One is competence requirement, and then the second one is process requirement, including management side. For accreditation requirements for VVB concerning carbon pricing, this is the standard that has to be followed by the validation verification body. For the number one is SNE ISO IC 17029 and then ISO 14065, SNI ISO 14064 part 3, and ISO 14066 for the competence of the team, and regulation and also technical regulation for subscope. And besides the standard, they also have to be comply with KAN documentation such as KANU number 01 for terms and condition, and then number 2 non-conformities category, number 3 use of the CAN accreditation symbol, number 5 multi-location if it is appropriate, and then CAN K10. This is for specific requirements for accreditation of validation and verification body. And then CAN K1003 for additional requirements for accreditation of validation verification body for environment information sector based on carbon pricing regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the document that I mentioned before. In the left side is CAN KNU01, and then CAN K10, and then CAN K1003. All VVB, if they want to be accredited by CAN, they have to be submitted accreditation and do the accreditation process by online accreditation platform. And this is the process for accreditation. One, registration, and then team assignment, number 2, and then assessment and witnessing, and then technical committee, and then CAN council meeting, and then stipulation of decision. Once VVB is accredited, then they have to be meet the surveillance, one surveillance and second surveillance, and then they have to be accredited and before the end of their period of accreditation, where the single accreditation cycle or period is 5 years. Here is when we do development of scheme for carbon pricing, we also do it together with our technical regulation regulator, and then with VVBs, and also others like professionals. We work together with our stakeholders. Thank you so much. That's all my presentation.
Thank you, Ibu Esti. Colleague, ladies and gentlemen, we have following the two presentation. We could see from the two presentation the flow between the certification scheme, the requirement for the validation and verification institution, what requirement that they have to meet. And now we will follow the presentation on the competency standard of the validation and verification institution that will be delivered by Pak Rustiawan Anis from the National Accreditation Committee He is the lead assessor. So Pak Anies, you have the floor.
Distinguished guests, delegates, and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning or afternoon. It's great honor to be here, present and sharing what we had doing regarding validator and verifier, competency of Indonesian accredited validation verification body, particularly what we had set out in Indonesia for SPEI crediting scheme that was explained by Pak Saiful and Bu Esti. The government of Indonesia, through Presidential Decree number 98, has issued a national policy related carbon pricing policy as a legal framework to achieving Indonesia NDC target and mitigating climate change control activities. In President Decree, it's explained that the implementation of carbon pricing is carried out with 4 instruments, namely carbon trading, consisting of emission trading and offset trading. The second one is result-based payment and other instrument. Carbon pricing implementation instrument must meet the principle of transparencies, implementing the MRV system, as well as impartial and independent and competence of validation and verification process. Related to the MRV system, my presentation will further elaborate validation and verification, particularly elaborate a little more detail in personal competencies for accredited validation verification bodies in Indonesia. Allow me to explain the basic understanding and using the terms of validation and verification activities for mitigation action project. There are 2 terms, validation and verification. Validation is a process to evaluate the reasonables, the assumption, methods, and justification that support a statement about the outcome of future activities. In this case, the activities is mitigation action project. Meanwhile, the verification term is a process for evaluating the accuracy and completeness of carbon offset claims or statement that declared by the project proponent. The data and information assessed by verifier in the verification process are actual and historical that have occurred. So, validation is carried out before a mitigation action project implemented, while verification is carried out after a project has been implementing and produce historical and historical data and information. This validation and verification function by VVB and will be produce the outcome as opinion or statement. As mentioned by Bu Esti, for GC VVB accreditation, we identically adopt the ISO standard series from ISO 70029 and ISO 40065. We adopt identically to SNI. Both standards have the same requirement, but a difference in ISO 4065 provide additional and specific only to the environmental information sector. From those standards, there are two requirements are very important and are the backbone for the validation and verification function. First, the requirement for resource requirement that covers the requirement for competency of validator and verifier. And the second is validation and verification process requirement. For the first standard resource requirement, I will explain in the next slide. We follow the ISO 40066. For the process requirement, we use the ISO 40065 Part 3 to the process requirement. We use this requirement intensively to assess the VVB when they apply to accreditation. This slide shows same with Saiful was mentioned before, but in other form. This is an overview of GHG mitigation ASEAN project cycle under SPACE scheme, starting from the selection of methodologies and develop project design document. We namely is DRAM, Dokumen Rancangan Aksi Mitigasi. It's same with the term of PDD, Project Design Document. And ended on issuance of GHG Emission Reduction Certificate, SPI GRK, SPA GRK. Yeah. In this process, the VVB as validator and verifier have very important role. You see, the function of validation and verification will provide the assurance and trust for carbon market claim which was declared by project proponent. Validator and verifier must ensure and provide assurance the integrity and high quality carbon credit declared by project participant before the National Registration System, SRN, issuing and register the carbon credit unit and then after that enter to the carbon market. Regarding the VVB validator and verifier competency requirement, Directorate General Climate Change Control, Ministry of Environmental and Forestry, as acting SPACE scheme owner and national accreditation body, stipulates the set of competency requirement that based on 3 international standards that has adopted to national standard, 70029, 14,065, and 40,066, and mandatory document from International Accreditation Forum. Some specific additional competence requirement also set out in Ministry of Environmental and Forestry Decree number 21, technical guidelines of the SPACE scheme, and KAN requirement 10.3 related the criteria for training and relating working experience. So who should competent in the validation verification body to perform validation and verification activities. There are three main functions in the VVB that need to ensure their competence and ability in performing validation and verification process and activities. The first is validator and verifier personnel itself. This personnel perform the validation and verification activities, conducting, planning, execution, and reporting. The second one is technical expert. This technical expert is not verifier, but he or she is needed to support and advise the validation verification team to specific technical area which the VV team don't have the adequate knowledge in specific technical area. And the third is the independent review function. This function has a role to evaluate the whole validation verification process and activities that has performed by validation, verifier, and validator. But this function must independent from validation verification team, not involved in planning, execution, and reporting as well. These slides show what we set as competence criteria that must fulfill by the team, independent reviewer, and technical independent review and technical expert in terms of criteria related to the knowledge and skill. For the validator and verifier, this requirement criteria apply as collective team, not the individual, that to perform the validation or verification. I would like a little bit explain relating to what the knowledge is requirement. The validator and verification team must have sufficient and appropriate knowledge related to 5 areas. The first, knowledge on SPEI crediting scheme criteria and requirement, including what they set out in the technical requirement to conducting the process, activities such as level of assurance, risk assessment, materiality level, type of finding, and what the type of opinion. Second one, related knowledge about the sectoral mitigation action that they assess, such as quantification methodologies, including measuring, modeling approach, monitoring technique, knowledge about materiality and material discrepancies, and reporting principle, such as accuracy, completeness, and consistency. The third one, the team must have knowledge of quantitative and qualitative information, such as relevant activities and technologies applied to mitigation action project, identifying and selecting GSG source, sink, and reservoir from project, how to quantify, monitoring, and reporting the emission reduction or removal enhancement. The next, the team must have sufficient knowledge of how to perform auditing of data and information, including knowledge to conducting risk assessment, procedure and techniques to test the data information, such as the substantive test, control test, or estimated test, designing a data sampling plan, identifying error in data and failure in data system. The last but not the least, the validation team must have sufficient additional specific requirement for mitigation action project, including principle, criteria, process, procedure, and methodologies related to project boundaries, quantification methodology, and monitoring. Besides the knowledge, the validation verification team must have 6 types of skill. 6 types of skill cover the risk assessment process, conducting validation and verification process and activities, collecting and evaluate quantitative and qualitative information, and applying and demonstrating the professional skepticism. And the other function is for the team leader, technical expert, and independent review. Principally, in general, the team leader is the verifier. So the requirement for the knowledge and skill is the same. For the independent review, we set out the requirement. The independent review must have the same knowledge as validator verification team, and the skill equivalent as the team leader. Okay, how to demonstrating the competence evidence must demonstrate with the adequate and sufficient education background, training, relevant working experience in 2 years at least, and tutoring or mentoring as the trainee with the senior validator and verifier. Okay, for each, the verifier shall be identified their sector competence. There are 6 sector competence related to the emission source and removal. Direct emission, process emission, AVOLU emission, livestock, carbon capture storage, and waste management. What we will do next? Right now, we still develop the syllabus and curriculum for the training GSG validator and verifier. The second, we will finalizing the national competency standard at national level, sectoral level, and subsector level. And the last, we will setting up criteria and requirement for the personal certification body based on ISO IC 70024 for the certified validator and verifier. Thank you, Bu Nur.
Yeah, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have followed the presentation on the national context. The next, we will listen the presentation at the international context, how we are progressing on that standard for validation and verification for carbon pricing? Yeah, Pak, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank the government of Indonesia for giving me this opportunity to present this presentation. And in the interest of time, I'll just jumpstart my presentation. My name is Tatsushi Hemi from Mitsubishi UFJ Research and Consulting, and I'm mostly involved in the development of market mechanism policies with the government of Japan. And also, recently, I'm more involved in joint credit and mechanism, which is implemented together with the government of Japan and Indonesia. And my presentation today focuses on international standard for validation and verification and carbon pricing. And just quick overview of carbon pricing. Okay, we have what we call credit and mechanism, baseline and credit mechanism, where you have a baseline target, baseline situation, and where if you implement a project which reduces emissions, then you will get emission reductions, which then turned into carbon credits. And that will be divided by involved countries or companies. And in the middle, we have emissions trading scheme, which is also called cap and trade. And most of you are probably familiar, but as shown in the diagram, if a company with a cap reduces emissions more than the allowances that are given, then that company, A, in this case, can sell their allowances to the company that needs to buy allowances to meet their target. So that's a cap and trade. And farthest right, we have carbon tax, which is to tax on GHG emissions or use of oil, consumption of oil, gasoline, etc. So these are major carbon pricing schemes in the world. And besides this, we have, for instance, internal carbon pricing, etc. But I'll skip that. And I'm sorry. Next slide summarizes the major standards used for carbon pricing. I'm not going to cover all the schemes that are out there, but I just picked famous or well-known schemes, JCM, of course, and that's joint credit and mechanism. As I mentioned in my self-introduction. So this scheme is based on ISO 14064 and 65, and it requires a third-party entity to conduct validation and verification. And with this scheme, with the support of KAN, the Indonesian accreditation body, we have a local third-party entity designated for this scheme. And also we have a UN managed system, Article 6.4 mechanism, and also the CDM. And also we have a voluntary system, voluntary scheme called Verified Carbon Standard, which also applies ISO standards. But for UN system, they have their own system. They have their own accreditation standards and procedures in place. So those are baseline and credit schemes. And at the bottom of the table, you see emissions trading scheme. This is cap and trade. And the most famous, well-known one is the EU emissions trading scheme. And this is implemented in EU region, and verifier must meet the requirements in accreditation and verification regulation, which is set in EU region, and also ISO 14065. As you can see in the table in the middle, circled in red, for the cap and trade system, we don't have the validation. And that's just a list of documents for ISO system and also UN mechanisms. The point here is that ISO documents cover not only projects, but also the organization level emissions, so it can be applied to emissions trading as well. And also, as you can see, there are many detailed documents related to this carbon pricing or validation and verification scheme. So the last slide of my presentation is points to be noted in ISO standards. So today I was expecting that UN secretary person will give a presentation before me. So I thought I would focus my presentation on ISO standards. But my points are described here as concept. Was a new concept brought in to ISO 14065, concept of engagement, which is more well-known in financial auditing. So the third-party entity or VVB needs to decide type of engagement and the level of assurance in verification, and also materiality threshold, both quantitative and qualitative way. And also risk assessment. So the considerations need to be given to intentional misstatement, which wasn't introduced in the past ISO standard, but now we have this, and significant emissions outside normal business, etc. And also information requirements, publicly available information needs to be disclosed. So from those points, I'd like to draw your attention to the purposes or intention of the changes that are made to ISO standards. In my opinion, that in the past, those carbon credits are used mostly in voluntary carbon markets, but now we have compliance markets all over the world, and we trade these carbon credits as if they are financial products or environmental commodities. So validation and verification has bigger role and bigger responsibilities for what they are giving opinions or GHG statements to. And so to protect intended users or users of these carbon credits, validation and verification criteria and procedures become stricter and similar to those of financial sectors. So that's my takeaway for today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hemi, for the very quick presentation, but cover what we would like to know at this session. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we see from there that the standard that Indonesia developed was adopt the ISO standard and some well-known standards that presented by Mr. Hemi, except for CDM and Article 6.4 also adopt ISO standard. Colleague, we could take up a quick question. Yes, please. If you could say your name and institution. Very quick question.
Consideration of linking? Is there any consideration of linking Indonesia's emission trading carbon markets to the international carbon markets, as in the voluntary standards, for example, gold standard and others?
Thank you. I think this question is for Pak Saiful.
Well, thank you, Bu Nur. If the question is consideration, yes, we consider to have a linking with international market. So we are still in the process of, we call it mutual recognition. Between the scheme or also among the certificate. So then there is still in, I think some of the schemes already discussed, approaching us, and then maybe the consideration is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Saiful. I think we still have some few minutes. Please. Yep.
Hello, my name is Andrea Bonzandi. I'm from AITA, a business group with a group of companies active in carbon trading. I have two questions, but very quick. I know Indonesia has two agreements, one with Japan, one with Norway, that may lead to the generation of ITMOs. So my question is whether the projects that will operate under these agreements will have to follow the standard and project cycle that you just described, or will it be different? And the second, it's a similar question. Once the Article 6.4 mechanism will be operational, hopefully in 1 or 2 years, will projects in Indonesia be able to register and generate credit under 6.4, or will the SRN mechanism still be the only one available? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Again, for Pak Saiful.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, well, yes, when the scheme owners based in Indonesia, and then of course we consider with our interest, Indonesia interest, especially for targeting NDCs. And with regard to registry systems or SRN, we in the coming years, I think we try to make with international registry, we will have probably linking, but the question is it a capability of us, because of our systems maybe need to be updated and other things. Or we will register manually to the international registry. So still under consideration for this item. I hope I answered the question. Thank you very much.
How about our cooperation, one with GCM, with Japan, and one under the Norway? What the standard we use for now? I think we could, yeah.
Yeah, we still use our standard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think with Norway, because this is a result-based payment, we use the guidance we already agreed under the COP. There is some adjustment, of course, like independent verification, like that. But the GCM is mostly not for land use sector, yeah, at the moment, yeah. That's used. I think, yeah, later Pak Saiful already mentioned, later all of the cooperation will have to follow that the scheme that we have, that we actually already adjust that in such a way that this meet international requirement, so that international standard. I think through the time we will have that a perfect system, hopefully. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, time is up. We have to close our session. Please join me to give a big applause to the speakers. And thanks for all participants for the interest. Thank you very much. I close this session and return to the organizer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Nur. And thank you all speakers for sharing your expertise. And we have a special gift to all of you, which will be presented by Ibu Novia Widyaning Tias. She is the ministerial expert staff in industry and international trade from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. And to all other participants, I invite you to join our closing ceremony. So this is our last session, our final session, and which will be commenced at, I think, 2 o'clock. So let's celebrate, join us and celebrate what we've done in the past 12 days. Our our sweat and tears. Let's join our closing ceremony. Welcome to invite friends and colleagues, and I guess we'll see you soon at 2. Thank you. Mana dia? Gue minum dulu deh, nggak apa-apa, aman kok.
Roposai.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, may peace be upon us. His Excellency Dr. Alue Dohong, the Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Bapak Husin Bagis, the Ambassador of Indonesia to UAE. Honorable Director General of Sustainable Forest Management from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, who is the Chairman of Indonesia Pavilion, Dr. Agus Justianto. Honorable Director General of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment Republic of and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Laksmi Dewanti. Representative from Consulate General of Indonesia in Dubai. Respected delegates from line ministries of Indonesia, distinguished partners, our international associates and contributors, dear friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The program in Indonesia Pavilion for COP28, which organized by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, will soon conclude. And it's truly an honor to spend the past 12 days together with all of you. With all your support, the program has successfully finished all of its sessions. Thank you. So before we continue, let's pay our homage and respect to our home, our nation. And with that, I kindly invite all respected leaders and guests to please arise. Together, we will sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please be seated. Thank you. Okay, before we officially conclude this event, let's hear a brief report which will be conveyed by the Chief Coordinator of Indonesia Pavilion. Please join me in welcoming Bapak Agus Justianto.
His Excellency Bapak Alue Dohong, the Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Husin Bagis, the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia, the United Arab Emirates, distinguished delegates from line ministries of Indonesia, distinguished guests, friends from other countries and organizations, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon. Within the past 2 weeks, in this particular spot of COP28, we have been sharing experiences of best practices, learning from each other, discussing, and for many of us also negotiating to reach agreement for boosting our ambition in implementing climate action. Starting from the 13th of November, the Indonesian Pavilion has organized a total of 77 sessions with 379 speakers, consisting of 52 sessions in the first week and 25 sessions in the second week, and then 238 male speakers and 141 female speakers, and 254 Indonesian speakers and 125 international speakers. This year, again, the Indonesia Pavilion is making a new record. At the previous Indonesia Pavilion in the COP26 Glasgow, we only had 51 sessions, and at the Indonesian Pavilion in COP27, Sharm el-Sheikh, with 66 sessions. An additional 11 sessions here in Dubai. Usually the sessions of the Indonesian Pavilion end around 6 or 2 p.m. And this year, almost every day, the sessions end at 8:30 p.m. in the evening. The increasing number of sessions at the Indonesian Pavilion may indicate that more stakeholders want to present their stronger climate action and more options for innovative programs to inspire the world to tackle the changing climate. This aligns with the Indonesian Pavilion's theme this year, that is Indonesia's climate actions, inspiring the world. Moreover, regarding the number of participants, we estimate that more than 5,000 delegates have visited the Indonesian Pavilion. The Indonesian Pavilion has presented the best example from Indonesia to the world, encouraging all stakeholders to work together in climate actions. State and non-state actors have shown their best efforts from the grassroots to the CEO and ministers level. The Indonesian Pavilion has addressed so many important and valuable issues from A to Z, from upstream to downstream, from landscape to seascape, from individuals to group of corporations, and including the issue of women and youth on climate action. The Indonesian Pavilion has shown all best effort on climate actions and ensuring no one is left behind. Within the last 5 months, the organizing committee has tried its best to prepare all 77 sessions. It was a very challenging process. We struggled to coordinate and communicate with all speakers, moderators, and contributors to make this pavilion run well. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. To conclude my report, please allow me to extend my highest gratitude to Her Excellency Ibu Siti Nurbaya, the Minister of Environment and Forestry, and His Excellency Bapak Alu Dohong, the Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry, for their guidance throughout the last 2 weeks. To His Excellency Bapak Husin Bagis, the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the United Arab Emirates, for his kindness in welcoming all Indonesia delegates during this COP28. My highest appreciation and special thanks go to the speakers and moderators. Their views and thoughts have enlightened all of us here, and also to all contributors of the Indonesian Pavilion for their full support. I would like also to commend those who have been working behind the screen for the last 5 months, that is to Pak Krisdianto. Pak Krisdianto, please stand up. Pak Tito. Pak Tito. Oh, in the line. Ibu Nining. And team members. Pak Adi, Pak Yoga, Agus Rahmat, Kiki, and Mugi for their remarkable work in preparing all the things since the beginning. Also to Ibu Tricia, Mas Sugiarto, and teams for their excellent job in public communication. And last but not least, to Ibu Rosa and her event organizer team. And so many other names that I cannot mention here. Eventually, without further ado, I would like to invite His Excellency Bapak Alu Dohong, the Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry, to deliver remarks, and His Excellency Bapak Husin Bagis, the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the United Arab Emirates, to officially close the Indonesia Pavilion COP28. I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Chief, for highlighting the incredible success of Indonesia Pavilion, which will not be possible without support from our contributors. Their generosity has enabled us to build this charming, enchanting pavilion, which we received many compliments from multiple stakeholders, from visitors, that we've made this program a grand success. So to our contributors, we truly appreciate your support, and we look forward to continue our partnership in the future. So let's continue the agenda by inviting our greatest supporter. He was here since the inception of the program until the very final. With greatest pleasure, we humbly invite the Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Dr. Alue Dohong.
His Excellency Bapak Husin Bagis, the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the United Arab Emirates, Honorable Director General of Sustainable Forest Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, as the Chairman of Indonesian Pavilions, Honorable Director Generals of Climate Change, as the lead negotiators for Indonesian delegation in this COP28, UNFCCC. Distinguished delegates from line ministries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends from overseas, and all persons which are now here, also maybe virtually join us in this very important momentum of closing our pavilion in this COP28. Oh, 28. I just try to get your all attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. A very good afternoon to all of us. First of all, please allow me on behalf of the Government of Indonesia, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, to deliver our highest appreciation, first of all, to the organizing committee of the Indonesian Pavilion's COP28 UAE, which is led by Dr. Agus Justianto, the Director General of the Sustainable Forest Management of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Secondly, of course, His Excellency Bapak Husin Bagis, the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the United Arab Emirates, and all his team for his kind assistance, kind help to all the Indonesian delegation to join this COP. And of course also to the Pak Konjen, we call it Consul Generals of the Republic of Indonesia in this Dubai, and his team who also help us a lot during this COP. And all the delegates, speakers, moderators, contributors to Indonesian pavilions for successfully organizing and conducting the Indonesian Pavilion at this COP28, UNFCCC UAE. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I've been staying in Dubai for the last 2 weeks, and I observing by myself on almost every activity at the Indonesia pavilions, starting with the Maumere or Pocho Pocho dance in the morning, you know, a very energizing traditional dance from Indonesia that can boost our spirit and energy to all participants in Indonesia pavilions. Moreover, I also realized that this year is the most hectic Indonesia's pavilion in history. Just clap your hands, okay? As reported by Dr. Agus Justianto, this year the Indonesia Pavilion has been organizing 77 sessions with 379 speakers from all over the world, with so many interesting topics that could inspire all of us in strengthening our climate action today and tomorrow. Not only presenting so many interesting talk show sessions, I also witnessed that Indonesia Pavilion was also promoting soft diplomacy through traditional dances and culinary diplomacy with so many various delicious food from all over Indonesia. And I do believe all you had, all of us has been, or have been enjoy and tested. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe with all the inspiring and interesting topics presented at the Indonesia Pavilion, we could work with more collaborative climate action, as mentioned so many times during the talk show session at the Indonesia Pavilion. As part of the global community, Indonesia will continue to keep all commitment and improve all efforts that have been achieved. Eventually, once again, I would like to deliver my sincere appreciation to all presenters, participants, contributors for their great support to the Indonesia Pavilion at the COP28 UAE. And allow me also in this great opportunity, again, to thank Pak Dubes, and all his team for your kind support and assistance during Indonesian delegation attending this COP28 of UNFCCC UAE, and also Pak Konjen and your team. I really express my sincere thank you and also my appreciation to all your help to make this all succeeded. And on this occasion, I also would like to invite later on His Excellency Pak Husin Bagis, the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to the United Arab Emirates, to deliver his remark and officially close Indonesia Pavilion at this COP28 UNFCCC UAE. Thank you very much for all your kind attention. I end up with Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Wamen, our Vice Minister, a visionary leader with a good sense of humor. Thank you for your acknowledgement and compliments. And to extend our Vice Minister as well. I'm sure you enjoyed all our programs as much as I did, and I truly believe you've learned a lot. You gained a lot of valuable lessons and made connections from here. So thank you very much for your cooperation, and I shall see you again next year. Yes? Okay, before we all head out to unwind and dance along with joy and excitement, are we all agree if we take one last final picture? Is it okay? Are we all agree with that? Okay, one final picture that will make the memory last forever. So I invite everybody to please stand up. And all the photographers, can you capture the moment from the stage, facing to the audience? Duduk. Duduk aja. Duduk. Berdiri dulu. Okay, 2 takes. One stand up and one sit down. Okay? Happy pose. Happy pose. No gesture. Okay? Just happy face and put your best smile. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Happy! Thank you for supporting Indonesia Pavilion. And last take. Sit down, please. Last take. We do a bit formal this time, okay? So please give a good impression to the camera. Okay, why don't I be in the camera? 1, 2, 3. Cheers! Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. So that's the end of our program today. On your way out, please enjoy the delightful Indonesian delicacies. We have nasi uduk and some yummy snacks, light bites, and many more. Hope you like it. Till we meet again. Sampai jumpa. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.